Mic check. Microphone check. Sounds coming through. All right. One moment. Greetings. 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 Oops, did not mean to do that. Ding kang gong. Right. Charger. Okay, this is quite big. Okay, all right. Let's get this active. Let's get active. Let's get active. Home. There we are. A wild earthbender has appeared. Check our volume. Today is March Thursday. Oh. forgot to pop out my YouTube chat. Do that now before I fumble and forget completely. Let's do that. Greetings. Greetings, Winter. Sorry, I just realized I hadn't popped out my YouTube chat. Greetings, greetings. Pop out. Pop out. Where's the pop out? There it goes. How are you doing, Winter? Winter is coming. Winter is coming. How you do, how you be? Sorry, I'm still setting up.
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no! What's up, fighters? Oh no! What a sound bite. Nice, simple and clean jazz choice. Yes, we have a Kingdom Hearts enjoyer. We have a Kingdom Heartser. A heart. We have a heart whose heart belongs to the kingdom. Good to hear it. Doing good. Nice, nice. This is what cover is this? This is from... Oh, this is Insane in the Rain Music, who is a very prolific video game cover channel. Very smooth. Very, very smooth stuff. Yo, bro. Hey, man. What's going on? How you been? How you are? How you be? Sorry, let me quickly. I need to find a better YouTube integration thing with OBS. I know there's some out there, but I just haven't gotten around to doing it yet. Are you a Hearthstone player, Winter? I'm guessing you play Hearthstone since you're here. I started an arena draft because they added the new cards from the expansion to arena, and man, the power levels right now is completely off the charts. Both games that I lost were from games that I had complete control over for the first 7 to 8 turns, and then it was like a turn 9, turn 10 crazy main character plot twist kind of card that they would just play, and my entire life just gets wrecked. So that wasn't fun. I'm chill, fam. Just doing about homework. What are you working on? Like stream stuff, or like homework, stream stuff, or other stuff? Other stuff. Oh god, look how horrible that looks. 0-2. Oh jeez. 0-2. Oh, my deck tracker is not. Deck tracker. Can you track my deck, please, deck tracker? Why is that not working? Come on, deck tracker. Come on. Come on, mate. No, I see your stream on my feed. The title got me. I see. Yeah, I've been following. I'd say following, but honestly, it's being pushed in my face. But I guess the people I follow, or the algorithm right now for me, is just constantly pushing shadow stuff. I heard you're a chill guy from Kit. Oh, nice. So you watch you're over on her streams as well. Yeah, I'm sometimes chill. Yeah, most of the time I'm chill, but yeah, that. I actually considered buying Assassin's Creed just to play it. Like normally I don't play it. Like I'm just not interested in Assassin's Creed at all. Just not interested. But the amount of talk around it actually made me curious to try it. In fact, I would have if that Bleach game wasn't coming out tomorrow. I think it comes out tomorrow, and I'm definitely gonna give that a try. So there's no point in me buying a new game today to maybe only play on stream for one day, because if I play Assassin's Creed, I'm probably not finishing that. I would only be playing it just for the memes. Wait, what am I doing? I'm trying to get my deck tracker active. Why is it not? Let's refresh that. Options. I don't want to upgrade to the latest version. Or maybe that's why. I need to upgrade my deck tracker. That's annoying. Understandable. Yeah, it's... Wait, I have to upgrade this deck tracker. Do I have to? Sorry. Options. Options. Capturable overlay. Are we working now? Deck tracker. There it is. Okay, I don't need to update. There it is. Alright, let's queue it up. What do you play, Winter? What games are you into? I'm guessing maybe Monster Hunter? Wait, my camera is way out of Let's keep this opening hand. Let us keep this opening hand. I play Pot of Greed, which allows me to draw 3 cards. Ah, Pot of Greed. Pot of Greed. Wilderness Pack. Okay, we are just going straight into Jeweled Macaw. Jeweled Macaw. I'm just gonna do a few runs of Arena because I'm pretty sure that the power level is just... It's actually so out of whack that it might not even be fun to play. Both winning and losing. Oh shit, sorry guy. Both winning and losing felt very, very unfun earlier today when I was playing. Right now, I'm Monster Hunter mostly. Cool. What's your, how do you feel about Wilds? I guess you're enjoying Wilds, right? What should I play here? I'll get this out. 1 nature spell. He might not be able to kill that, so to be relatively safe. About 50-50 that he removes it. Deal 2 damage. That's a nice. That's not a bad card considering what I've got in my hand. Sometimes going back to Kingdom Hearts 2. Oh wow, that's a blast from the past. What do you play it on? Is there a version on Steam or you have to play it on a console? Is there like there must be a Kingdom Hearts collection on Steam, right? Or is that or did Sony got like some exclusive rights or something? What is this? Gold Petal Drake. Battlecry and Death Rattle imbue your hero power. Jeez. This imbued hero power stuff is gonna take a while to get used to. I think I want to save my coin for next turn. Give a minion 2/2. Let's do this. Yeah, let's do this. And then we get rid of you. Actually, I'm stupid. I should have killed this. Sometimes going back to Kingdom Hearts 2, yeah, also GU. Oh, so Kingdom Hearts 2 is on Steam. Or do you mean Kingdom Hearts 2 is on it's not on Steam? I know GU is not on Steam. If GU was on Steam, I would be playing that right now. I don't have a Switch anymore, so and even if I did, I wouldn't be bothered to set it to do the whole Switch streaming stuff. Wow, you're really gonna let... Wait, what did he do? Discover a paladin weapon from the past. How did he get 2 of these? Oh, he just played another one. He just played another one. Summon a 2/2 tree and draw a card for each tree you control. Well, that's no good. Let's go with... Actually, no. Let's get some board presence. Board presence. Give me some good 1-drops. Oh, nice. Let's just go face.
Job's done.
Sorry, a bit behind, but yeah, Kingdom Hearts 2 is on Steam. Oh, okay. Sounds fun. Yeah, I think Kingdom Hearts 2 is my... Is it my favorite? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I remember. I mean, yeah, Kingdom Hearts 2 is it's definitely, the gameplay is a big step up from 1 for sure. They're both solid, 1 and 2. Both solid games. I can't say the same about Kingdom Hearts 3 though. That is that was an experience, that's for sure. That was indeed an experience. What do I want here? 5 temporary beasts, not yet. Let's see what we get from the golden crow parrot guy. Your leeches. Shame I don't have any leeches. Oh, well, I will from that card. We're going face for sure. Poisonous, draw a rush minion. I should have played that first. You damn bozo. It's fine. You know what? Let's do this. I want to get more mileage out of this. All costs. Oh, that's a bigger boy. Yeah, like the snappy. I like the snappy combat more than the floaty one. Yeah. Kingdom Hearts 2 was a big buff. I remember struggling more on Kingdom Hearts 1 Sephiroth though, than compared to Kingdom Hearts 2 Sephiroth. I think because your character is a lot more powerful in Kingdom Hearts 2, so certain encounters were you were able to do a lot more. Whereas KH1, man, I remember. But to be fair, I played that a very long time ago when I was very young. So chances are I would have a different experience if I played them now. Give a minion in your hand 4/2. When it dies, re-equip this. Let's do this. Let's see what potion we get. Give your minions +2 health. Add a random demon to your hand. Let's give them +2 health. Summon a 2/2 demon. Draw a card. I think I've got enough cards for now to work with. Okay, our minions are a bit more sticky. There's no way I lose this. If I lose this, either I just do the most incredible misplay, or he's got some crazy new expansion legendary that just ruins everything. Has he even hero powered? I'm not even sure if he has. Summon 3 Silverhand recruits. Draw 2 cards. That's a good card. Starship piece. You got a starship piece? What are you gonna do with that? What's that? What's that, brother? Ooh, what's that? Okay, this is annoying. Your leech is still 2 more health. The victims. What do I want to do here? Well, we need to summon this. So let's do this. We need to pop his divine shield. Two health, two more health from that. They still, how many? This is probably a clear, or at least 2 minions. At the end of your turn, your hero steals free health from the lowest health enemy. Let me see. Lowest health enemy. Then these two die. Right? Yeah. Got it. Free health. Seems a bit strong. Wait, but I only get one, right? Because they only had 1 health. Is that how that works? Yeah, okay, got it. It's not that bad then. What is this? Life steal. Okay. Draw 2 cards. Summon a 1/1. 1/1. Summon a 1/1. Medevac. What you got, buddy? What are you gonna go for? Each minion gets shuffled into a random player's deck. Okay, we don't need that right now. Swap attack. Swap attack. I don't really want to use that, don't I? Oh wait, no, we want to use this. Imbue your hero power. Your hero. I need a hero. I need a hero. Wait, I feel like there's a big brain play here somewhere. Ah, yes. Yes, there is. Okay, and then everything else dies. 2, 3. Let's keep that healthy. Actually, no. You die. Right. There's no way we lose this, man. I'm controlling the crap out of this guy. He's getting 11. Triggered. Concede. Just concede. Concede. You know you want to. Should have conceded mine. That would have been an honorable way to go. Unfortunate. If I had lost that, I would have. There you go. He did it eventually. He got there in the end. Okay, clean. What we got next? I'm gonna guess mage. No, warrior. I'm a warrior. 1/1. This is a good starting hand, so we will keep it. We will keep it. Into the 1, into the 2, into the 3. We call that a clean curve. We call that, in Hearthstone terminology, that's called playing on curve. Or maybe that's a Magic the Gathering terminology that Hearthstone just took. Nice, you won. Yeah, I won. I won that last game. When the guy in front of me, above me, so this dude, if their face explodes, that means I won. I'm here. I'm the hunter guy. Let's go here. So hopefully we're gonna make this man explode. Or this person by the name of M. Dabrowski. M. the Brown Sky. M. the Bro Sky. Hopefully we can make him explode. Uh-oh, he's got some shenanigans. Oh no, this is not good. Oh no, we're good. After you summon a pirate, give it +1 attack. Death Rattle, your next weapon costs 1 less. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna buff you. Alright. And then this buff is gonna transfer to your brother. And then your brother is gonna kill this pirate. And now we have control over the board. That is how you play Hearthstone. Board control. That's what we call that. We call that control. We control the field. Whatever he plays, any 2-drop he plays is gonna die. Because there's not a lot of 2-drops with 4 health. Or he can play a spell and kill it. That was his best answer. Now the game is pretty much reset. I'm either going to play this 1-drop and hope I get a 2-drop, which I most likely will not. So I will instead play Animal Companion, summon a random beast. Who do I want? I want the taunt. I want Misha. Give me the taunt. 4/4. See that? See that? You just ask for it, you speak it into existence, and then you get it. That's what we call, in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's called Heart of the Cards. I will never lose if I rely on the heart of the cards. Alright, let's see what you got, buddy boy. Bum, 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 bum. This song is super nostalgic. I used to play this game so much on a Super Nintendo emulator, SNES 9X or Z-SNES. Dum, 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 dum. Draw 3 minions of different types. Oh no. Well, that's a very valuable card. I need to play this. This is not a very good turn. Please give me a free drop or a 2. Could have been worse. Not the best turn in the world, but I didn't want to play that. This is gonna give me an answer for anything that he plays with 5 health or less, which is probably coming up right now. Oh, maybe not. The next one is gonna will be though. But you can't play it this turn. Hero power. Nice. 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 Battle cry. Craft a random, a custom, not random. Yes, I'll take it. Gain 4 armor. Deal 2 damage to all minions. Summon a friendly minion that died this game. Who has died? Maya Zergling has died, right? Give your minions +2 health. Deal 2 damage to all and freeze them. This is gonna piss him off. This is the best one. Okay. And let's play. You know what? Sometimes I play too safe. Right now I want to kill this guy, but he only has 1 attack into. I should go face. I should play aggressive. I'm just worried about a stupid buff. No, I'm gonna play safe. Let's play safe. He's gonna play that free cost that he played from earlier, or he created earlier. Battlecry, Spell Burst, and Death Rattle deal 2 damage to all minions. That needs to die immediately. And we have the answer right here. Oh wait, no, we have... Yeah, let's do this. Oh. I almost misplayed. That was a very close misplay. I was just about to play this and then kill that, and then this death rattle would have killed 2 of my minions. So let's get this off first. Let's get the damage. Use your brain. Rush. You die. And then I get imbued. Okay, we're in a good position. You can clear this border easily though. There's multiple deal 1 damage AoE effects. Oh, we got more Kingdom Hearts. Oh god, I hate this card, man. Fortunately, I've got a card that he will find to be very frustrating. Swap health and then just go. So much damage. Do I get the poisonous out or the Zergling? I actually need more card generation. He's got way too many cards in his hand. So I have a Hive Queen or Plucky Paint Fin. Let's go here. Oh, what's up, C4?
Greetings.
Greetings, greetings. Yep. What song is this? Oh, this is Destiny Island, right? This is when you're. I guess I could just read the name of the song, but I can't see it right now on my. Oh, Heartless Theme. Isn't they? I think you first hear this when Destiny Island gets mash up at the start, right? I think it's when I think you hear it in other parts of the game too, but I can't remember if this is exclusively on Destiny Island or. Yeah, it's at the start, right? Destiny Island. The classic. Let's go, warrior. I know you're pissed off because he knows whatever comes down is getting eaten by this poisonous minion. Whatever comes down is getting exploded. Oh, did he just leave the game? It's not a Destiny Island thing, but you first hear it there. Right, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you hear it in other parts of the game too. Oh, I think he's given up. Or is he lagging out? Again, bro! This is exactly why we played that card. That was indeed the correct play. Now the question is, do I play this rush minion? Oh no, but that doesn't kill it. No, we need to poison it. 8 damage randomly split. The thing is, I want this to survive if possible. Yeah. Oh, survived. Lucky. In that case, let's get high main down. Let's push for some damage. Push for some damage. Yo, C4, are you ready for Bleach tomorrow? It's tomorrow, right? It's not today, right? It's I believe it's tomorrow. It comes out. Who you maining? Who you maining? Are you maining I think you said you're gonna you wanted to main the Mayuri, right? The poison guy. Man said again. Again. But who you gonna main? Oh, did I ask you already? Did I ask you before? I can't remember. Again. Give your hero +3 and also a damage. Oh, damn, he's armoring up. Draw 2 taunt minions. This guy needs to die immediately. I cannot let those taunts. Oof, Mad Bomber. That's a horrible. That's not a good draw. Let's get this out right now. And let's get the trap out. Give me something good. Oh wait, it's gonna give me the lava. I'm a bit worried. He's at incredible card advantage. He could easily turn this around. And he's got 2 taunts in his hand. Hopefully they're not big boy taunts. Probably just gonna play Chad or the Quincy guy. Damn, proper vanilla. Well, I guess you're gonna try a lot of characters at the beginning anyway. So you might end up switching, but man said Chad, you know. Chad. Gonna play the Giga Chad. What's his name? Chad Yasutora or something? Can't remember his full name. Come on, warrior. What you got? What you got, buddy? Lifesteal. Ooh, he's triggered. Concede. Dude, we're winning the game the same way. What are you doing, bro? You know you're pissed, right? Well, you're dead actually. Not only are you pissed, but you're also dead. How would you not I guess he didn't have another rush minion? I prefer winning when the other person plays well. Or perhaps he just didn't have any other rush minions to test the secret. He should have played the taunts. Yeah, I think he played badly. He should have played the taunts to survive and then have a minion stick around to test the secret. But alas. What's your usual play style in arena fighting games? I don't usually play. I mean, technically the Bleach game is not actually an arena fighting game. It just looks like it presents like it for sure, but in the way it plays, it's not really. But I normally don't play arena fighting games. I played like Ultimate Ninja Storm back in the day when it first came out on PS3, because it looked amazing and it was probably one of the more true to. It just felt, of all the Naruto games, that was the one that, like, when that came out, it felt like, oh shit, this is a real Naruto game. But outside of that, I haven't really played any, aside from like Budokai back in the day on PS1. Yeah, I have my YouTube chat window open. Probably just gonna play Chad. The Quincy guy, Chad is gassed. Doesn't he just punch real hard? Yeah, he does. But never hard enough for it to matter. At least in the show. In the show, Chad punched hard so many times and it just didn't matter. You know what? I'm gonna keep this in my hand. Haters. It's true though. Chad would put all his might into the biggest of punches. I mean, he's beaten some characters for sure, but you know, Chad is definitely a meme character. Chad one-shot killed Dons. I like how you put Dons plural. I'm pretty sure Chad only killed one guy. Right, maybe two. Oh wait, Bleach isn't arena fighting. Technically, it's not, because it's only really played on. I mean, I guess it comes down to how you define an arena fighter, but it's played on 2 dimensions, right? You can only move forward and back, and then like left or right. You can't actually like go up and down. Arena fighters typically are fully 3D, but Bleach actually isn't. It looks like it is, but it's not. Axis fighter. But I'm not too concerned about what the actual distinction, like what kind of game it actually is. I wasn't interested at first until the other day on stream. I watched some gameplay footage and breakdowns of the systems, and it sounded a lot more interesting than I thought it would have been. So that actually made me want to give it a try. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, the gameplay seems they've taken some interesting approaches. The only concern I have is that when I'm like it seems like there's going to be a lot of transformations to the point where the pace of matches might feel a bit slow, or like you constantly get interrupted by transformations or special finishing moves. Like there's a lot, even if you watch footage of it now, like you won't go through one match without 2 or 3 transformations happening, and some of the animations are like anywhere between 5 to 10 seconds, which doesn't sound like a long time, but over time that starts to add up. I'm fighting a druid. What has he played so far? I'm not even paying attention to what he's played. Step into the rainbow. He isn't playing the heart of the cards, that's for sure. He's but I mean, druid in this game, well, many classes in this game, never, when somebody hasn't played many cards and they're holding a bunch of cards, expect some wild, crazy comeback or dimension shift later in the game. What's this? After you cast an arcane spell, recast it. Targets chosen randomly. Okay, this needs to die immediately. This needs to die immediately. Depending what I get from this, I just win the game. Depending what I get from this card. If I can kill this, oh yeah, I think I just win the game. Summon a minion that died this game. Has anything died this game? I don't think anything. I don't think I've. Yeah, I don't think anything has died this game. Draw a card. Okay, this probably doesn't win me the game. I was hoping to give all my minions +1 health. That would have been nice. I started watching Jujutsu Kaisen and my mates were like, who's your favorite character? And when I said the clapping strong guy, they cussed me for being dry. I don't even watch JJK, so I'm not sure who that is. I saw Bum stream like the first 3 episodes and I watched it, but I haven't watched beyond that. That's crazy. He's the smartest in the verse and legitimately got hands. Gigantifying. Can I kill this without sacrificing minions? The next spell you draw is cast when drawn. That's a pretty good card. Repeat the last spell you cast at an enemy. There's no way we lose this. If I lose this, I should just uninstall the game. There's no way. The only way I lose is if he's got some crazy 5 cost, 6 cost legendary that just does some madness. Like 5 mana, all your minions die for no reason. That's the only way. That is the only way.
5 more minutes.
I was scared for a moment. I thought it said something wild like, while dormant, minions die. Oh, here we go. Here's your taunt. I think we can get through this. Ancient of Yore. Frozen Dragon. Oof. This is a combo. We should win the game. There's no way we lose. Bro, that targets my own people. Okay. At a random enemy if possible. Please go to a random enemy. Please go to the face. Heyo. Or do we push for damage or do we trade? We're not scared. Let's just go face. I know scare, you know scare. His power. Oh shit. Canonically, Jujutsu Kaisen is good. Epic battles. I think you'd criticize the art from the animation and the manga. I don't think you'd not I don't think you'd not have many criticism, but it's still great. Yeah, I've heard mostly good things. I just haven't really, just haven't watched it. His power is he claps, and either him or something else can swap places with another thing. That's a crazy power. And the name makes it 10 times colder. Yeah, what's his name? There's a lot of shows that I know that are quite good. I just haven't gotten around to. I started watching Invincible season 2 the other day because I don't know why I don't know why I was so late to it. I watched season 1 when it first came out and I liked it, and I remember being excited for season 2. And then I don't know what happened. Just life just punched me in the face, and I just for some reason didn't watch season 2. And I know season 3 is done already, so I started watching season 2 so I can get through it and get to season 3. All right, we win this. I guess he just gave up. Okay. Clean, very clean win. My enemy exploded, which means I won. My enemy exploded. 3 wins. Sanga wins. Sanga. Invincible is a funny one. It's good, but it feels like a one-punch meme. You mean like a one? Oh, I see what you mean. I think the issue I have with Invincible is that I mostly like it for mostly the story. Well, that's not a bad thing to like it for the story, but sometimes it's hard for me to ignore or just get over just the style, the art style. Sometimes it feels like I'm watching an episode of Family Guy that occasionally has superhero fights. With how minimal and low effort the art style, not the art style, just the animation style is. In fact, I was close when I first watched season 1. I was close to not finishing it because the presentation just didn't appeal to me. But I kept hearing things about it, and I was watching The Boys at the time, and it was one of those things where people are like, if you like The Boys, you'll like Invincible. Like Invincible is it's not the same as The Boys, but it's they're not that far apart in terms of doing different things with the superhero genre. So I just stuck with it despite not really liking the presentation. And then you do get some episodes where the budget does get increased, and it's like, okay, this was a good fight, or this was really well put together. It's Peter Griffin versus the giant chicken. Yeah. Some of it just looks, doesn't look. What's the word I'm looking for? Inspired. His name is Toji, but the name of the move is Boogie Woogie. Boogie Woogie. Oh, the clap move. Oh, right. The clap. Okay, let's get the Hive Queen out immediately. Let's get some value. 5 health. There's no way he's removing that. I mean, there is a way, but I'm just gonna hope that there is no way. Hope he doesn't have a way. After your hero attacks, give this minion 1/1. I'm quite surprised he didn't trade. That was a weird play. Why wouldn't you? Unless he's got another card in his hand to deal with that. Go back and punish him. Ooh. It's not a perfect punish. Let's see what we get here. Destroy both players' decks except the 8 highest cost cards in each. 8 highest cost cards. That's interesting. I don't know if I'll even want to play that. The 8 highest. The question is my 8 highest better than his? And that's something I will never know. Depending on how technical Bleach is, I might play that game on stream tomorrow. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna play it tomorrow. If it... Okay, there you go. I'm just thinking super carefully right now. I think I want to do this. I play that. He gets a 1-2. Play that. He gets a 1. He gets a 2-1. I killed a 2-1 with my bird. Yeah. Not bad. Is it free? No, it's not free. My bad. I meant saying the game I VA'd for. Oh, you might play that. Oh. I see. Congrats again, man, for that coming out and then you being a part of it. So you're not gonna play Bleach tomorrow? Have you seen? You've seen the Bleach game fighters, right? I think when you weren't here the other day, I was saying to C4 that I was saying that I think you would definitely give it a shot. You haven't seen it? I think you were on stream when we were looking at gameplay of it a while ago. I think you were there. It's called yeah, you were there because I was gushing about how the presentation looks sick. I think you were there. It's when we were talking about Hunter x Hunter, the fighting game, and then I looked at like the oh, he was in the gym at the time. I'm not that scared of the spoil right now. I shouldn't be trying to fight to remove it. No, fighter wasn't there. It was Swift. Oh, okay. I remember, but I was only listening. What's it called? It's called oh, if you're talking about Bleach, it's called Bleach Rebirth of Souls.
100% real, fake gold.
Oh, yo, what's Swift, man? What's up, mine? What up, mine? Just chit-chatting. This is not looking good. If I can survive till turn 8, which I can, then we will be not in a bad situation. I need some board presence though. This comes alive next turn. Oh wait, no, in 2 more turns. Whenever this minion takes damage, also deal that damage to your hero. Ouch. After you summon a minion, give it +1 health. It looks cool, but I've got no experience in roguelike, so I could be wrong. A lot of roguelikes are pretty fun. I think you'd like Hades a lot. But that's one of the only roguelikes I played. I think I played one other. Breath of Fire 5 is a roguelike. I actually didn't like that game a lot, but that's probably because I didn't understand roguelikes at the time. Where did you get that from? Nightmare Fuel? Discover a copy of a minion in your opponent's deck with a dark gift. Did he give it a dark gift? No, it doesn't. Wait, he must have a dark gift. Guess not. Okay. Whenever this minion takes damage, also deal that damage to your hero. Okay, I cannot let that hit that. What's this, Zergling? Come on, tell me what it is, please. Nope. Okay, we're definitely freezing you. Oh, I'm so stupid. Oh, I should have just charged it. Oh, man. Spooky plays. This is going to be a close match for sure. It's going to be a very close match.
Where did I leave?
Wait, what? Oh my god. That is not good. Hades is the only one I've heard of, and this Sworn game is the only co-op roguelike I've heard of. Oh, it's co-op as well. There's another, Slay the Spire is quite a popular one. I think Darkest Dungeon is also a roguelike. But I haven't played those two either. Okay, we gotta do this. And then next time we play our big boy card. And then just see what happens. Shooting Gnawing Greenfin. Which one is Gnawing Greenfin? Why wouldn't you tell me which one? What if you just don't know the names? Does it go from left to right? I hope so. Gnawing Greenfin. This looks like it might be Gnawing Greenfin. Okay, it must go from left to right. Shooting Mutating Life Form. Fuck, that needs to die. Ooh. This is dangerous. He's gonna go. What does this do? Okay. Briefly, what are your thoughts on AC Shadows news? I might have missed it. Which news in particular? Is it the thing what the Japanese president said? Because that's the thing that's got me blackpilled right now. It's that and many people's reactions to it. No, I don't think I'm gonna win this. What is this? Put a Meadow Strider on the bottom of your deck. It costs 1. I can't play this. This doesn't do anything for the game. Repeat the last spell you cast at an enemy. I haven't cast any spells at any enemies. Oh, well now I have. Do I want to play that though? Bro, this is a gigantic card, man. Repeat the last spell. I can stall. I can stall here. Let's just stall it out. Okay, not bad. These are gonna die most likely anyway, so... Oh, we can kill this. I need to whittle it down. It's not gonna be handy enough. I think we lost this. Man, this card is popular, huh? And it's only a common, that's why it's popular. You're weird, why didn't you... Oh, he wants to trade into that, yeah. Nope, nothing we can do. Oh, we might get lucky here, actually. Add 5 random beasts to your hand, they are temporary. So if I'm lucky, maybe I'll get some madness. Some mad thing. Okay, we can't play that. Rush. Whenever this attacks, give your hero free attack this turn. After this survives damage, okay. Fuck. Attack all other minions. Death rattle. Resurrect any this killed. Oh my god. This actually might... If I win this game... I'm gonna feel so bad. Because this card is gonna win me the game. Do I... Oh, no. I have to hope that I don't hit this guy first. Okay, let's just go. Please kill everything else. Kill this one last. Nice. Kill him. Oh, unlucky. Give me the guys. He is triggered. He's pissed right now. You know he's pissed. I mean, I still might lose though. If I had killed that at the end, he would have been omega pissed. What are your thoughts on the outrage and the drama itself? So, what was that? Destroy an enemy minion. Play another Templar to... Oh, okay. I'm just dead. GG. So, I'll go through the timeline in terms of how I felt about this game. From like the beginning of when it was first announced and when people started talking about it. At first, I never really cared because I don't play Assassin's Creed. It's not my kind of game. It's Ubisoft. I don't really... Yeah, I'm just not really interested, right? So I never really paid much attention. Obviously, I knew about the story and how it's deciding to make Yasuke one of the main protagonists, and Yasuke as a character or a fictional or non-fictional character. I know that the history of Yasuke has always been in contention as to whether he was a samurai or a retainer or things like that. So I knew about it, but I didn't know much about the details of the game or the story. But then I started to hear people complaining. Obviously, you know, you got the DEI stuff and how people were classing Assassin's Creed Shadow as just another one of those super woke, hyper DEI games. So I was hearing some of that, and for the most part, I didn't have too much of a... Like, my position was mostly, I get it. I understand why a lot of fans who have been wanting an Assassin's Creed game set in Japan for the longest time, I understood and I could get behind the feeling of, oh man, we finally get an Assassin's Creed game set in Japan and the main character is not even a Japanese person, or it doesn't primarily focus on the Japanese character, right? I understood that. Even though there's plenty of stories in media, whether it's video games, movies, or books, where a game or a story can be set in a country or a place where the main protagonist is not from there, right? That happens all the time. But in the case of a game where a lot of people were looking forward to this specific setting, I could understand it. So I kind of wasn't... I was more in a sense of like, yeah, I see what people are saying. But lately, I think Assassin's Creed Shadows has become one of those games that is basically a war ground it's a battleground for political ideologies, and it's it's become a bit too much for me, in my opinion. And the thing that the Prime Minister said, I hate how so many. Speaking of battlegrounds and politicized words, what he said is being taken, like whatever side you're on, you can spin what he said to support that side. But the thing that pisses me off about it is that it seems to be, not even seems to be, it's quite clear that, like, a lot of people are taking what he said as a way to say, see, even the Japanese president is saying that this game is horrible and that this game shouldn't be allowed to exist and that this game is offensive to Japanese culture, right? But if you just look at what was actually said, like in the entirety of what he spoke about, the fear that he's bringing up is that he's just concerned that the things you can do in the game, or the fact that some of the actions you can do in the game doesn't really adhere to Japanese culture. He's now worried, or he's saying that we're worried that with the vandalism tourism that we've been getting in Japan recently, they're worried that the game is going to serve as a vehicle or to help promote the things that people might do in real life, which is like, I understand the concern, but at the same time, there's so many games. Like, it's literally the argument of a boomer, an old person saying those video games are bad. They're going to make people do bad things. This is an argument from as old as time, and it's never been an argument that's been taken seriously for the most part. So why is it now that when the Japanese Prime Minister says it, so many people decide to use it as like a good example of like, yeah, he's right, yeah, go him, like, yeah, shit on Ubisoft, ban the game, like. It's like, no, if this was any other old person saying video games cause violence and are bad because it encourages people to be violent, you wouldn't take them seriously. But because somebody is saying it while talking about a game that you already don't like, or a game that you wish didn't exist, or a game that has got too much DEI or disrespects Japanese culture, or a game that is against your political ideology, because they're saying it about that game, now you want to champion what's being said. On top of the fact that what he's saying, he's not even talking about the game specifically or only. He's talking about the concern that the game or the potential effect that the game could have on real life and how people behave in real life. But we all know that we already all know that you can't use a game and be like, oh, well, this game is bad because it might make people do this thing. It's like, well, no, that's not really how it works, right? You know, aside from a few fringe cases, Assassin's Creed has been doing crazy things like this in so many of their previous games. So why is it suddenly an issue now? Or why is it a uniquely particular issue now? And I think there's a lot of ways to examine this. Like, it does seem to be the case that Japan and Japanese culture, when it comes to people in the West, and when they talk about Japan and Japanese culture, it's like Japan has a buff. It's like they have some kind of RPG buff where when it's in defense of Japan, or when they do or say certain things, it has increased stats. It just has increased stats for whatever reason. But then if the same behavior is done by another studio, or if it's in the West, or just a non-Asian company, then the same treatment isn't had. It's like they get special treatment sometimes. And I just wish people would be a bit more honest about that, or at least see that that's what's happening. And yeah, there's so much more I could say as well, you know. Sometimes I really just wonder how much of this would not be happening. Like, if Yasuke wasn't in the game, I truly wonder how much of this wouldn't be happening. If it was the same exact game, but it was a Japanese female protagonist and everything else plays out the same, I'm sure there would be some outrage, especially when it comes to the parts of the story that are not historically accurate. But then again, I'm pretty sure Assassin's Creed for the longest time has always been like there's a word for a type of story that is non-fictional. There's a word for the type of story that is fictional, but takes place within a real world setting that we are familiar with, but it takes creative liberties with that setting. I can't remember how you refer to that kind of story or narrative. But yeah, I think I say I'm black-pilled on it because so much of it is starting to reveal what's really going on in terms of how people really feel, or or like the side narratives, like the political side of it, the East versus West, the DEI. There's so many conversations that are being pulled into this game, and I don't think it's fair. Now, sure, Ubisoft didn't do themselves any favors. Like Ubisoft did have to apologize for some of the depictions or and stuff like that. Like they were definitely. I'm not going to say that they didn't do anything wrong, because it does seem to be the case that they were not really considerate, or they were a bit too egotistical or bold and confident that they knew what they were doing and that there wouldn't be any backlash. But I still don't think that the response to some of the things being done is fair. Even the clip that the Japanese media have been using to talk about how in Assassin's Creed Shadows you can vandalize stuff. It's not like a part of the game where there's like a narrative part where Yasuke is just destroying shrines and ancient locations. It's a clip of a player just doing it, like the same way you can play GTA or you could play Dark Souls and you could just roll into a bunch of furniture or just destroy random parts of the environment for no reason. The game is not telling you to do it, but you can, because there's destructible environments. So they got a clip of Yasuke just destroying a bunch of shrines because the player just decided to do it, but then they're acting like the whole game is about that, right? Or that there's a scene in the game where Nobunaga tells Yasuke to deface the shrines, and then the game does it like it's part of the narrative. Like you have to sit there and watch Yasuke. I'm gonna say Sasuke. You have to sit there and watch Yasuke just destroy the whole shrine. That's not how it happens. It's like you're getting this outraged about a clip where a player just freely controlled their character and just decided to literally record a 30-second clip of them just destroying a bunch of shrines, and then now you're using that to say this game is an affront to Japanese culture. I just think that that's not a very mature or a complete way to look at what's happening there, you know? Oh, hey, Traveler, what's up? Isn't Mortal Kombat based in Japan for the same sort of reason? Or banned in Japan? I'm not sure. I didn't even know it was banned in Japan. But they're not talking about banning the game. I don't think they're going to ban Assassin's Creed Shadows. Like the news so far is that, because even another thing, there's one part of the Japanese Prime Minister's statement is that he even said he said something like he understands and appreciates the ability of free speech or art, right? He even says that in reference to the game, like, I know it's art, I know it's like not real, it's a video game, but we are concerned that some of the things you can do in this game may make some people in real life resort to this kind of activity, because lately in Japan there has been a lot of stuff like that going on where foreigners have been visiting, whether it's the Johnny Somali, the streamers, and there's some other stories about some foreigners just like actually defacing defacing shrines and like ancient locations or places that should be respected and stuff like that, right? So even by the own Prime Minister's words, he already gave the caveat of basically saying, I understand it's a game and I don't want people to not want, I don't want to take people's right away to play the game, or I don't want to try to make it sound like games shouldn't have the ability to express themselves, right? Obviously I'm paraphrasing, and it's just frustrating that so many news outlets, whether it's Reddit on Twitter or other websites, depending on what political side they're on, they're either not including the whole speech and just talking about a small part to make it look like he's shitting on the game. And then there's other outlets that are including the whole speech because they realize it's bigger than that, you know? I'm talking about Assassin's Creed Shadows, the new one that I think it came out today. That feels like a reasonable concern, to be honest. Yeah, it's a reasonable concern, but this kind of conversation has been going on since the dawn of time. Whether it's movies, whether it's music, whether it's video games, the argument that the Prime Minister made is no different from any older person saying, I'm not sure about those video games, they're really violent, there's a lot of violence in those video games. That's what's being said. This is not new. And what is normally said in response to an older person who says that? Normally the players of the games or even just people that are a bit more measured and balanced in their perspective of the universe, they will often say, yes, we can we can point to something that may be problematic in the video game, or maybe we think it's too violent, but that doesn't mean necessarily that the players of this game are now going to do that behavior in real life. Like we know this to be the case. This is not new. But what's annoying is that people are acting, or people are giving his words, the Japanese Prime Minister's words, some kind of special buff or exception, right? It's like because the Japanese Prime Minister is saying this about a game that you hate, now his take is based. Now him saying those video games, gotta watch out for those violent video games, now it's based for him to say it because he's saying it about a game that you wish didn't exist, or a game that you fundamentally and ideologically disagree with. And that's what's really annoying to me, because that's such a clear hypocrisy. You know, it's either a hypocrisy or just blatant and rampant dishonesty. I would rather people just be like, you know what? In any other circumstance, if an older person said, them video games, right, they're violent, right, they might make people, or they're so violent that they're probably going to make people do these things in real life. In any other circumstance, hypothetical person A would probably say, nah, that's bullshit. Like, that's not going to happen. But in this circumstance, hypothetical person A is saying W, true, based, because they're saying it about a game that they hate. So I just think it's stupid. Yeah, the parroting in the media is kind of crazy. Yeah, it's unfortunate. And to be fair, to be triple turbo fair, there are, what I'm saying, that there's definitely a lot of people who are saying this too. I don't want to make it sound like this is some volcanic hot take that is like anti-culture, because if you go online and if you look at all the discussions being had about this, plenty of people are saying what I'm saying. And there are plenty of people who are saying it who also don't give a fuck about Assassin's Creed, but they see the hypocrisy, you know? They see it. It's like, nah, we can, the game can be shit, the game can be historically inaccurate. Ubisoft could have made mistakes when it came to the promotion. There's 5 negative things that you can say about the game, and those are fine. But the moment you're like, oh yeah, the Japanese Prime Minister is based, it's like, no, you're probably saying that because you don't have a full understanding of the entire thing that he said. Because if you did, you would see that he wasn't necessarily shitting on the game. He was just raising a concern about what a lot of Japanese people feel, or at least what their cabinet feels about how it could influence people to continue to do some of the things that have been happening lately in Japan. I think what makes it reasonable is due to the Joey issues that's just been happening. You mean the streamer guy, what's his name? Johnny Somali, you mean? You're talking about the Johnny Somali guy? And that's another thing as well. Like again, I just wish people were more. Clearly, I think another reason why I'm blackpilled as well is because this is clearly a symptom or a result of people who have not watched or read the entire speech that was given. And this is happening so much in different areas of life as well, where people just don't read, people don't watch. They see they see the title, they get what they need from the title, and then they just go from there. Oh, his name is Johnny. Yeah, Johnny Somali. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, and to your point, the Prime Minister, when he spoke, he was clearly talking about that as well. He was talking about that stuff that's been going on in Japan with the streamers and Johnny Somali and others like that. Like, his speech was not only talking about, his speech was essentially saying, since we have some of the stuff going on, such as Johnny Somali and the streamers, the IRL streamers and all of that stuff, it's a bit scary, or we're a bit concerned that now this game is out, it might multiply, it might serve as a multiplier to the behavior that's already been happening here and there. Which I agree, it's a reasonable concern, but a lot of people aren't looking at the entire thing and saying, yeah, that's a reasonable concern. What they're doing is they're taking the clip where he does mention the game, and they're like, see, even the Prime Minister is shitting on the game. Ubisoft is gonna get sued. Ubisoft is gonna go bankrupt now. Like, you know, the Japanese government is gonna ban the game. And it's like, no, that's not what he said. That's not what he was. That's not why he brought up the game. You know. And in fact, another person, like the reason why this came up is because they were having like a big, I don't know, political meeting, and one other important politician or governor or something brought up the question. He asked the prime minister a question about the situation, and then the prime minister gave a robust answer. The hearing, from what I saw, was like, there's a concern about this. What do you think of it? Yeah, exactly. The guy asked the prime minister, this is what's going on, this is the concern, what is your take? And the prime minister honestly gave a pretty robust, like he spoke quite lengthily, like in regards to it. But so many people just, they're not even aware of that, you know? I hear you, Ben. Yeah, that's pretty snaky behavior. They're weaponizing someone's point by leaving out context to make it fit their agenda. Yeah, exactly. I think I could, let me even play it on stream. Let me see if I can find an unedited version. Let's see. Oh, hopefully my browser doesn't crash or freeze. Let's see. Japanese. There was a potential problem I could see happening in using real location likeness by Ubisoft without related party permission. I think that is one of the things they may have apologized for. I'm not sure though, since Japanese copyright law is a bit complicated in that. Yeah. I mean, again, like if that's something that they should have done and they didn't, then that's on them as well. That's definitely a mistake on their end. I know they have apologized for things. I don't know if that's included in them. I just want to find a complete video. There's so many reactions to it. There's so many reactions to it, but without the actual full thing. So I'm just trying to find it here. Oh. Okay, this is the one that I saw a lot of people reacting to. Let me pause this. Let's see. Is my YouTube catch audio on? Nope, it's on now. YouTube. My browser over here. Why is that not working? Jeez. Oh, because it's not on. Stupid. All right. Yeah, I saw this video. Well, I didn't see this video, but I saw this is the video that a lot of people were reacting to. I believe this is a Japanese content creator, and I think he's doing a lot of translation and stuff. But I think there's subtitles in the video anyway.
Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba is
Wait, hold on. Why is there no audio?
not happy about Assassin's Creed Shadows. Let's watch this.
この今言ういわ
I
ゆる
like to
朝
talk
栗
about. Wait, hold on. Man, they're talking mad fast. Oh wait, no, the subtitles are just fast.
Shadows. Let's watch this.
この今言う
I like to
いわ
talk
ゆる
about the
朝
so-called Asakuri
栗
issue.
問題ということについてお伺いしたいんで
Here's
す
what I
が
want to
Did you
ask.
hear that? He said Asakuri issue, meaning we Japanese
Asakuri Mondai, Assassin's Creed Shadows issue. Okay, so the issue has like its own name, its own terminology, which definitely does lend the credibility that like this is an actual issue that enough Japanese people are talking about.
keep talking about this all the time. So Asakuri issue, he didn't explain about Asakuri issue, right? Because everyone
Everybody
knows.
knows. Yeah.
明日
Tomorrow,
3
March
月20日にですね発売予定
There's a
の
game set to
フランス
release
の
from Ubisoft in
UBI
France,
ソフト
produced by the company
の株式会社
called
制作の
Assassin's
ゲー
Creed
ムソフトの
Shadows.
アサシンクリードシャドウズ
That's what
で
this
す
is
ね
about.
ついてなんですけど
Overseas
海外
though,
で先行プレイの
early
動画が
gameplay videos
YouTube で
have already
アップ
popped
され
up
て
on
おりまし
YouTube.
て
I
それ
watched
を
them,
拝
and
見い
here's
た
what I
します
saw.
と
That video that went to really
This video, I think is just it's like
viral.
I think that this needs to be explored too and examined. I think this is such a silly thing.
And I was
I think there's a tangible difference. If
しますと、
That
if this
video
scene
that went
if this scene played out in a cutscene where it's like the character in the story does it, right, and it's like something you're forced to sit down and watch, right? That's one thing. I think that's something that is a bit more credible to complain about. But for it to be a scene or a clip where a player, I guess in order to prove a point, the player just decided to just do this, right? It's not like a mission, right? Or even if it was a mission, if it's like, hey, in this mission, to clear the mission, you need to do this, you know, then I think that's more of a credible complaint as well. But it's just a player just having fun in the sandbox and deciding to do this to prove a point or to create drama, I guess. I don't know. I feel a bit weird about getting so hot and bothered about an optional thing that a player did in the game rather than a part of the game that's like part of the built-in narrative or something like that, you know? Complaining about that could lead to gamers having less free will and expression in future games. Yeah, possibly. And it's also just, I just think perhaps more importantly for me, it's just disingenuous. It's not really, I wish that was also addressed. I'm not saying that because it's a player doing it from their own free will, that it's not worth talking about all of a sudden. But I do think it's worth addressing that, hey, this scene we're looking at is a player who used their own freedom to do this. And it's not something that the narrative of the game is pushing forward. It's not a mission where in order to get to the next part of the story, you have to do this. And it's not a cutscene that plays out in front of your eyes that you can't not watch unless you skip it. But if you skip it, it doesn't mean that it didn't happen. It still happens in the story. I just wish that people would treat this issue a little bit more honestly. That's just a player interacting with the world. Yeah, this behavior is neither encouraged nor mandatory. Exactly.
to really viral. And I was
Like imagine a world like 5 years from now, maybe another Assassin's Creed game comes out, or any game set in any country that has ancient relics or, you know, cultural areas that should be respected, right? The game is now set there, and then you have the protagonist able to, because the game is fully 3D and has physics, and the game involves combat to some degree. So now you can go to these areas and deface them, right? Even, like, now we're gonna live in a world where, okay, now we have to make sure that we can't do that we can't allow the player to destroy anything, or you can destroy things, but you just can't go into this area, because I think that's a very, very slippery slope that I think we should probably try to avoid, you know? To be fair, I never see GTA let player into a church or place of prayer, but I do agree. You put player in and sandbox player can do whatever you want, for sure. And I don't play Assassin's Creed, but I've heard that there are other older Assassin's Creed games where you can do stuff like this. Like there's one Assassin's Creed game where you kill the Pope apparently, and you can, yeah, there's all kinds of things you can do. So yeah, I mean that doesn't mean that. I think to your point that there could just be a thing where, okay,
と
That
in order to be
video
very,
that
very
went to really-
sensitive, let's just not allow the player in any of these areas, right? They could have gone down that path if they wanted to be very, very safe. But on the flip side, it's like, well, if you're setting a game in this time period, you would expect to not allow the player to venture into these places might be a little bit unrealistic. But then there's another way around it. Maybe in these ancient shrine areas, you know, like in Elden Ring, right? Or in some games where normally you go out into the field and you can fight, you can take out your sword and swing it anywhere. But in some areas you can't do that. Like the player character is forced to put their weapon away, and then if you press the attack button, nothing happens, because in this area you cannot attack. Just like in Elden Ring, in the round table hold, you can't fight in the round table hold because there's like a flag. It's like when they programmed it, in this area, player does not flag PvP or PvE, like you just can't fight, right? They could have did that. That would be I guess another way to go about it, but I don't know, man. Does it matter if the game allows you to do it and if it's part of the story? Does it matter if the game allows you to do it and if it's part of the story that you need to do it? Feels like a meaningless distinction. I think it's not meaningless. I think there's meaning to that, because the reason why it's meaningful is because a lot of what is being talked about, because again, it goes back to the Asakuri issue. There's an issue in regards to Assassin's Creed that a lot of Japanese have been talking about, right? And part of the Asakuri issue is that the game is culturally insensitive and does harm or is disrespectful to
A sign of the times, perhaps?
is
This is
disrespectful
really
to
happening.
Japanese culture,
Jap-
right? So if that is the main complaint, there is a meaningful difference where if Ubisoft gave you a mission where in the mission you have to deface these shrines, like the faster you destroy them, the more points you get or something, right? That is more disrespectful because then it means that the developer has created an intentional part of the game where they're showing disrespect by making it a goal to do these things, right? But if there's no gameplay goal, there's no actual narrative goal behind it, and the player can just do it because of by nature of it being an not open world, by nature of it being a fully 3D game where you can roam about and swing your weapon against anything, that's different. That's not like Ubisoft isn't sanctioning. Like if Ubisoft makes this into a mission, right? It's more, the Japanese will be more able to like sanction it as like this is co-signed behavior or co-signed, like this whole feeling of Ubisoft disrespecting our culture. This is our proof. Ubisoft is giving you a mission to do this shit, right? They have more ammunition to be able to make that claim. But when it's a player who's just free roaming and just doing it as a result of the functionality of the game, it's different. You know? They could have just made it so you can't use weapons in that room. Yeah, that's what I said earlier. But maybe they didn't even think this would become a big deal. That's probably the case, yeah. In hindsight, that would have been the ultimate fix. That would have easily fixed it. From a dev standpoint, the objects they put into the game could be destructible by default in this engine. Yeah, but if they are destructible by default, it will be very easy to, again, if they put it in a room where you can't fight in, then you're fine, right? And it would be weird if some objects are destructible and then some aren't. That could have been another play as well, just to program it into the game. This shrine, you cannot destroy it. Everything else you can. But that would have been, I guess, the more unrealistic way to go about it. They could have just, in hindsight, they probably should just made the room a non-combat area. Would you say the same if it wasn't a mission, but you did get an achievement for smashing up the place? If you got an achievement for smashing up the place, I would say that's not good either. Like, I would say that the Japanese would use that, or anyone who's bothered by this would also use that as a cosign of, see, Ubisoft is co-signing, Ubisoft is rewarding the player for defacing our sacred sites. So yeah, if you did all of this and you got the boop, 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 you got the notification, the achievement pop up, that's not a good look either, right? Yeah, that wouldn't be good.
And
what I'm saying is that I could see people using that as a reason to pin that against Ubisoft too. I think intent could play a part in it as well. In my opinion, they gave you those kind of missions, but depict it to show the player, hey, this is a bad thing. Maybe it's less offensive. Yeah, depending on the narrative, right? If the whole point or reasoning behind the narrative is that it is ultimately to show why we should respect these things, or maybe something later happens in the story, then that could be a good thing too, for sure. Like how in COD, when they did the airport, since they give no, yeah.
surprised that there's a lot of people who think that's okay. I think most of people doesn't know that's that shrine and the altar, I guess. But a lot of Japanese people feel offended about that video.
板手標図シュラインと実名で
And using real names
私の兵庫
in my
県
home of Hyogo
姫路市の
Prefecture,
ファイル
Himeji
マンの国
City,
奏者
Hiromano
板手屋
Kuni
鉄
Sosha.
板手標図
Okay,
神社が
Japanese
登
names
場しま
showing
す
up.
ゲームの中で
In
で
the
す
game
ね
itself,
主人
the
公
main
の
character, a
侍は
samurai,
刀を
swings a
振り回
sword
して
inside
拝
the
殿内
prayer
で
hall,
太鼓や
smashing
宗教
drums,
祭
altars,
壇
and
を
sacred
粉砕しま
objects.
し
He
て
shatters them,
そして境内にい
then
る
slashes
向
at
こうの
villagers
神や
on the
神
shrine
職とお
grounds,
持ちき人
and
物
what
な
looks
どを
like
切り
priests
つけ
cutting them
指
down.
をいったりするよ
Even
う
shoot
な
the arrow.
乱暴狼
It's
藉が
set
で
up
き
so
る
you
よう
can
にな
commit
って
these
いま
violent
す。
acts.
Yeah, that's the things. They can just disable, but they made it object that breakable.
私はこの話
yeah, it's like Ubisoft must be kicking themselves in multiple ways. They must be looking at this stuff and they must be like, why didn't we just make it? So you just can't even take out your sword in this area. Like this conversation, this video, this meeting, this question being asked to the Prime Minister probably doesn't happen at all. Probably does. This reality does not manifest if they just made that decision, which is it's kind of hilarious if you think about it. Like I'm not sure how they didn't. I get why they didn't think it would be a big deal, but I don't know, man. And I think it's something that they could have gone back and changed too. Maybe that wasn't part of the plan to make it a not fightable area. But given all of the build up and all of the backlash that this game was receiving way before it came out, that might have been a smart play to be like, you know what, let's have a bit of foresight and predict what could happen. Let's go back and change the programming in this area so that this stuff is not possible. There's a difference between the game reinforcing a behavior and something being possible based on the boundary set by the game and the world. 1,000,000%. Yeah, that's my that's I think that's quite clear and quite obvious that is true. That is the case, you know.
話を聞いてですね、ちょっと地
When I
元
heard
の
about
神
this, since it's a local shrine, I
社
went
でもあります
straight
ので、直接宮司さんに
to
お
the
話
chief
を
priest
伺
to
いまし
talk
た。
it over.
当該
The
ゲー
game
ム会社
company
から
never
は
reached out,
神社に対し
not
まし
once
て
to the
名
shrine
称の使
about
用と
using
か
its
など
name
の
or
連
getting
絡は
permission.
一切なかったと
Nothing at
いう
all.
ことであります。
That's what he said.
他にも
On
奈良
top
の
of
東大
that,
寺な
places
ど
like
の寺
Nara,
社や
Todaji,
古墳など
and other shrines, I think he said, and
の
ancient burial mounds,
まあ、いわば具体的
specific
な映
sites,
像
their images and
肖像がです
likenesses
ね、無許可で
were used
使
without
用されており
permission.
ます。
That's happening too. I think I need to do a bit more research on the actual procedure behind how and when the company making a game needs to get permission. Because I'm not sure if it's just a matter of, oh, you're using a real name, you need permission. I'm not sure exactly how that works. And I imagine it will change with depending on the country too. I imagine there's different procedures to how that's supposed to go. And I also imagine that maybe holy sites have different rules. And maybe like places that are not holy sites, like maybe I don't know, like company names. Well, no, company names you definitely usually need permission. Yeah, I'm not. I'm guessing that there is some kind of like aspect here where there is a lot more knowledge to be gained around the actual procedure of how that's supposed to happen. Because it wouldn't surprise me if there is some kind of loophole or scenario where you actually don't need permission and it's fine to put it in the game. Like I'm not saying that is the case. I'm just leaving that open in case that happens to be the case. I disagree, but I get it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how you disagree with that, but fair enough. Rockstar is smart for making their worlds spoof versions of the actual city. Yeah, if you make it a spoof, then you're usually in the clear. I think that's a Japan thing. There's a reason McDonald's is McDonald's in anime. Yeah, but with names, that's normally across the board, right? Like even like a Western show, would normally unless it's like live action or something. I think even cartoons normally would try to avoid the real names. They'll just do like a blatant spin-off name, which is, you know, but anyway, I don't know too much about the details. Rockstar is smart for making their world spoof. Oh, I read that already. I'm a loser.
本日はですね、
Today we have
大串正
Masaki
樹経
Oguchi,
産副大
Vice
臣にお越し
Minister
い
of
ただいて
Economy,
おります
joining
が、
us.
国内外問わずゲ
Globally,
ームを楽
the
しむ
number
ユ
of
ーザー
people
というのは
enjoying
年
games
々増加して
keeps
おります
growing
が、
every year.
ゲーム等におけ
But
る
when it comes to
固有施
games
設
using
の
footage
映
of
像な
specific
どをですね、
places
無許可で
without
使用
permission,
することに
I'd
つ
love
い
to
て
hear your
ご
thoughts.
見解をお
What's your
伺い
take
した
on
いと
this?
思い
Give
ま
us
す。
your volcanic take,
経済
your
産
hot
業省
take.
大串
Vice Minister Oguchi, Ministry of
副大臣
Economy.
This is just
And I think now the
kind
president
of
talks.
insider note. I know some people that send me this video. So they didn't use word of Yasuke. Can't talk about it that detail, but something really scared concerns me. It's that there's an unspoken rule. You cannot cause other trouble to other ministries. I heard they can't use word of Yasuke in here. If you're Japanese, I think this is one of the biggest concern.
So you can't say. But I think feel like that's something that is, there's probably a lot going on there. If they can't bring up the word Yasuke's name, there's probably a lot going on as to why that is the case. That is going to be way above my pay grade and requires a lot of research and understanding Japanese history and cultural norms. I don't like that he kind of makes it sound, maybe I'm reading too much into what he's saying, but I get the feeling that he's saying like the fact that they can't bring up the name Yasuke is a problem because it's as if people are scared to tell the truth or something. I know I'm doing a bit of reading into his statement there, but let me listen again.
I'm really scared word. Oh, some people. This is just kind of insider note. I know some people that send me this video. So they didn't use word of Yasuke. Can't talk about it that detail, but something really scared concerns me.
Something really scared concerns me. So that, I think that's that word, that line of sentencing right there, or that sentence right there, makes me feel like he thinks there's like a conspiracy going on as to why they can't say Yasuke's name.
It's that there's an unspoken rule. You cannot cause other trouble to other ministries. I heard
I don't know what he means by other ministries. I think that's something I'll have to
they
research.
can't use word of Yasuke in here. If we were Japanese, I think this is one of the biggest concern. And they decided to not to mention about Yasuke. That's what they told me. But my concern is that which ministry get trouble if they use word of Yasuke in here? As a Japanese, that's one of the biggest concern. What's going on, really?
Interesting. I'll take that question. In general, game policy, when real world names of properties, names or properties are used commercially, you need permission from whoever holds those rights, okay? Be it individuals or organizations, that's my understanding. That's how it works. If intellectual property is used without consent, it depends on the situation. Each case is unique. Each case is unique. So it's something that involved parties should sort out. Okay, fair enough, understood. That said, if shrines or others reach out with concerns, we'd work with the relevant agencies to handle it appropriately. That's our approach.
ただ、ひろゆき君、ありがとうございます。
Thanks for that.
今の答弁があ
Okay,
りま
this is the president now. Sorry, Prime Minister of Japan. Like you
し
just
たように
said,
ですね、
wait, it is right. I think it is.
やっぱり無許可で使用す
Using
るという
things
こと
without
は
permission.
本当にいけないことだと思いますし、本当にこのことについて
Wait,
は
no, sorry. This is not the Prime Minister. I think fuck. Is he? Maybe he'll say it. I thought he wears glasses, the Prime Minister.
ただ、ひろゆき君、ありがとうございます。今の答弁ありましたよう
Like
に
you
で
just
すね、
said,
やっぱり無許可で使
using
用
things
するという
without
ことは
permission
本当にいけないこと
is
だと
really
思いますし、
unacceptable in my
本当
view.
にこのことについて
I'm
は
determined
私
to keep a
も
close
しっかり
watch
と注
on
視して
this
いきたい
issue
と思って
moving
います。
forward.
それでですね、
Now,
それに伴いま
On
し
a
て、昨
related
今
note,
コロ
lately,
ナ禍の影響も
as
薄
the
れまして
effects of the pandemic fade,
観光客が急
tourism
回復しまして、
has
各地
bounced back, but in many
でオーバー
places,
ツーリズムによる
over tourism is caused. Oh, wow, over tourism. I've never heard that term before. Over tourism? Over tourism
さまざまな問題が生
is causing all sorts of problems. What does that mean? Over, I mean, I can guess what it means by the what do you call it? Hold on. Oh, I can guess what it means by the language being used. Over tourism is defined as the impact of tourism on a destination or parts thereof that excessively influences perceived quality of life of citizens and or quality of visitor experiences in a negative way. It occurs when there are too many visitors to a particular destination. The actual number of visitors is subjective to the capacity. The actual number of visitors is subjective to the capacity a given destination can manage without seeing detriment to the environment. Over tourism can negatively impact local residents, visitors, and the surrounding environment of a particular destination. Okay, understood. So over tourism is causing a bunch of problems.
じております。中に神社の鳥居によじ登った
People
り
climbing on shrine torii
ですね、
gates,
神
shrine
社の
torii
石中
gates,
落書きする
or
など
scribbling
観光
graffiti
客
on
の
shrine
迷惑行
pillars.
為は観
Tourist
光公害とも言
misbehavior
え
is
る事
turning
態であ
into
り
a
ます。
real
That's
tourism
also
headache.
something I've been talking about on my channel. And we have a lot of foreigners
Yeah.
who do that. I gotta
This
be
is
honest.
happening
Just
a lot.
because they think
Like a lot of them they've heard about how the Japanese are quote unquote timid or laid back or not confrontational, so they do a bunch of tomfoolery over there and expect to get away with it, and it seems like most of the time they actually do.
Japanese won't fight back. Japanese won't say anything, or they're taking advantage of Japanese politeness or kindness or even shyness. And it's very natural that as a Japanese, if you see that game, we feel like, oh, they can do that because they think Japanese won't say no.
私は
Here's
当
my
該の
worry.
ゲ
In
ーム
this
機の中
game,
で、NPC、
NPCs,
ノンプレイ
non-player
ヤーキャラクター
characters, and these real places used without
というも
permission,
のに対してとかです
you
ね、
can attack
承
them
諾さ
or
れた
destroy them.
承諾なく
What
使用
if
された施設
that
の
kind
映
of
像の中
behavior
で
in the
攻
game
撃や
spills
破壊
over
する行為が
into the
現
real
実
world? And this is the main issue that I had with a lot of the responses to this, because a lot of people didn't even get this far into the video or even realize that the main concern is that the game is being used to raise a concern, another concern, or a concern that involves other things going on, such as the over tourism situation and the way that foreigners are disrespecting disrespecting Japan. You know, like it's so clear, right? The fear is that the game, if it spills over into this, then this situation will get worse. Whereas people were saying, even the Japanese prime minister is saying the game is trash and that the game shouldn't exist, and that the game, it's like, well, that's not entirely the complete picture of what's being said. You know, I understand that whilst this issue isn't unique to Japan, it is especially affected by cultural misrepresentation due to the popularity of Japan with a certain ignorant crowd. Yeah, that is
承諾な
100% part of the storyline going on here.
く使用された施設の映像の中で攻撃や破壊
Spills
する行
over
為が
into the
現
real
実世界で
world.
模倣される
Could
例
it
が
inspire copycat nuisance acts? That's what's on
こ
my
うつながる
mind.
んではないかと懸念しております。先ほどの
The
神社の
shrine's chief
宮司
priest
さん
and
や
everyone
関係
involved
者の皆様
share
も
that
それ
concern.
を心配され
They're
ておりま
worried
した。
about it too.
もちろんですけど、
Of
これ申し上げ
course,
たい
I'm
のは
not saying
表
freedom
現の
of
自由というも
this is another thing that people didn't talk about. Here is where he says the thing about the freedom of expression, which is to me his way of saying that he does understand and respect or understand the importance of allowing a piece of art to express itself. You know, like he's not trying to completely delete that or say that that shouldn't exist, but of course there are some other areas where we need to be mindful of what could happen when you do those things, right? Or when you allow the player to do certain things, which I think is reasonable. But so many people didn't even catch that
も
part.
ちろんですけど、これ申し上げたいのは
I'm not
表
saying
現の自
freedom of expression isn't important. It
由
absolutely
というものは
is.
もちろん尊重されなければいけません。
But at the same
だが一方
time,
でですね、
there's this culture
長い間
that's
地
been
域の方々に
nurtured by local communities for
培われ
ages.
た文化に対しまして敬意を
We should approach it with
持って接
respect.
する。その土地の文化を
Disrespecting that
軽んじ
culture,
る行
that's
為は
something I
私は
think
慎むと
we
いう
need
こと
to
は
avoid. It matters.
大事なことだと考
I
えて
see
お
it
り
as
ま
a
す。
big deal.
例えばですけど、
Take, for example, something like
長年敬
a
意
place
敬意がですね信仰
revered
され
and
てきた
cherished
フ
for
ランスの
centuries,
ノートルダ
say
ム大
Notre Dame in
聖堂と
France
かですね、イスラム教のコーラ
or
ン
the
などに
Quran
ですね、
in
礼を
Islam.
失するような
Yeah, we all know that they ain't no defacement, mosque destruction, ain't none of that. Drawing Muhammad, absolutely not. Yeah. Yeah. we all know that's not happening, and if it does, it's gonna be a long day for that person that engages in that, especially if you're like drawing Muhammad and shit.
ようなですね、
If footage showed
映
them
像を使われていた
being
ら、どんな
disrespected,
気持ちにそ
how
の現地の人たちはなるか。
people there
これはも
feel?
う言わずがもが
You
な
don't
と思い
even
ます
need to ask.
本当にこれは
That's the
私
thing.
思うんですけど
It's how
も、
I see
総
it.
理就任後初
Now
の
after becoming this is the prime minister. Now after becoming prime minister, on my first trip
国
back home,
ですね、まず地元の八頭町の
I visited Yazoo
渡
Town's
り神社を参拝しました。
Watari Shrine. So Prime Minister
石
Ishiba,
破総理にお伺いしたいんですけども、
I'd
まあ
like
ゲ
to
ーム
ask. Oh, that's not the prime minister. Okay. With
SNS
games,
等により
social
まして
media, and all
多文
that,
化を軽んじ
when
る
people
行為やそれに
disregard
伴
other
う観光
cultures or
妨害に
cause
ついて
tourism-related
ご知見を
trouble,
お伺いしたい
what's
と思
your
いま
view
す。
on it?
石破内閣総理大
Prime
臣
Minister
これ
Shiba.
法的
Oh,
にどう
that's
する
him.
かということにつ
On the legal side of
きまして
this,
は、の経産省あるいは
I'd want to sit down with the economy
文科
ministry,
省あるいは外務省とよく
education
協議して
ministry,
まいりたいと
and
思ってお
foreign
ります
ministry to
が、
figure it out.
の神社に落書き
But graffiti on shrines, that's completely out of the line. So yeah, what he said here tells me that this the legal side of thing, goes back to what I said earlier, which is I don't know. It feels like with the legal side of things, there's probably all kinds of loopholes and weirdness in terms of whether it's okay or not, whether they like or what the exact channels of how they should have went about it when making this kind of game, right? His sentences here lead me to believe that it is kind of complicated, and that even he would need to check to see the exact pathway that would need to be taken, or that Ubisoft should have taken, because it's probably not a super black or white thing.
これ、法
On
的
the
に
legal
どうす
side
る
of
かということに
this,
つきましては、の経産省あるい
I
は
want
文
to sit
科
down
省
with the
あるいは
economy
外務省
ministry,
と
education
よく協
ministry,
議をして
and
まい
foreign
りたいと
ministry
思
to
っており
figure
ま
it
すが
out.
神社に
But
落書きす
graffiti
る
on
なんぞというの
shrines,
は
that's
お寺
completely
が
out of
の
line.
話であっ
It's
てで
that
すね
simple.
Oh, this just happened.
Graffiti found on prestigious shrines. Oh wow, yeah, that was pretty recent.
That happened.
Can you even, anyway, like, I know, like, I don't even think you can graffiti shrines in the game, but so it's like one of those things where, I mean, to be fair, I guess the overall point is that just the graffiti is another form of vandalism, and you can destroy shrines in the game. And so if the game is to inspire people in real life, whether they destroy it or vandalize or graffiti on it or piss on it or put food on it, either way, it's unacceptable. I guess that's the overall point, which is understandable.
Happened before.
それはもうその国
To me, it's an
に
insult to the
対する侮
country,
辱に他ならないと
plain and
私は思
simple.
っておる
That's
とこ
where
ろ
I
でございま
stand.
す。で
Look,
自衛隊を
when we
イラ
sent the self-defense force to
ク
Iraq,
サマーワに出します
back in
と
the
きに
day,
もちろんイスラム教
it
を信
wasn't about forcing beliefs on
じる
anyone,
とかそういう話ではあり
not
ま
at
せん
all.
が、イスラム教
But
のしきたり
Islamic
とか、
customs and
そういうも
traditions,
のは
we
現
made
地に
sure
派遣さ
our
れる自衛
troops
官た
going
ち
there
に
understood
き
them.
ちんと
We
習得
drilled
して
it
いく
in,
ように
learned the
というこ
basics.
とを
I
お
insisted
願
on
い
it.
をいたしまし
Take
た。
food, for
例えば
example,
料
in
理を
Japan,
全
you're
部食べちゃ
expected
わ
to
ないと
finish
いけ
everything or it feels
ない。
rude.
日本では
That's
みんな食
our
べない
way.
と申し訳ないみたいな。
Yeah, yeah. There's a cultural thing where, like, if you leave like some food on the plate, some will consider it as a sign of disrespect, like the food wasn't good enough, and that's why you didn't finish it.
いけない。日本ではみん
That's
な食
our
べないと
way.
申し訳
But
ないみ
over
たいなことがあ
there,
りますが、じゃあ、かの国
if
で
you
は
clean your
全
plate,
部食べちゃうと
it signals it wasn't enough. That's an insult. Oh damn, I didn't know that. That's a literal polar opposite cultural thing going
足り
on.
なかったという精進だって何と
It
失礼
might
だ
seem
ということ
small,
になると
but
かで
at
す
the
ね。
very
それ
least,
表層的なものかもしれ
respecting
ま
a
せんが、少
country's
なくとも
culture
その国の
and
文化
religion,
とか宗教と
that's
か
fundamental. This is completely agreeable. No reasonable person will disagree with this. However, I do think that it's a bit unfair or a bit short-sighted to compare a military force going to another country to conduct military operations and teaching them to be mindful of the culture of the place that you're going to, clearly because you're engaging in, people are going to be dying, people are going to see you a certain way, even many years after your armed forces leave the country, people are going to remember how the Japanese or how that military force conducted themselves in that country, right? So of course it's going to be immensely paramount that the force understands the cultural norms. But this is quite different to a video game, which is a form of art, right? We got the aspect of, we're talking about fiction / non-fiction, we're talking about art, we're talking about expression of art, we're talking about entertainment, right? We're talking about entertainment versus an armed force. Like, I understand that the ultimate point that he's making is that respecting and understanding people's culture is very important. But I do think that there is a difference, or there is a difference worth exploring or worth pointing out, that a situation where there's a time of war and a force, a foreign army in a different country gives way or brings paramount attention to how we should do things, and the aspect of culture and understanding is even more paramount in that world, in the world of military conflict. It's more paramount over there than it is with art. It's not important with art, it's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to say that with art, there's more liberties that can be made because it's art, because we're talking about something that is not always going to be like even just the notion of art is going to offend sometimes. It's going to question things sometimes. It's going to make people uncomfortable. It's going to make people feel comfortable, right? Whereas military conflict is not that at all. It's completely different.
そういうものに対する尊敬の念を持つということは、
To me, that's
私
a
は当然の
no-brainer.
ことだと思
Without
って
that,
おりますし、
diplomacy doesn't
そう
work.
でなければ外
I'm
交というの
convinced
も
of
で
it.
きないと思っております。
Here you
As
go.
a nation,
He said
that's
that. Without that respect, diplomacy doesn't work. Ubisoft. 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 Listen. This is our
yeah, but making a game is not a matter of diplomacy, though. I guess it's a matter of diplomacy if you want your game to do really well in other countries or the country that it's based in. But fundamentally, the act of making a video game, which is a piece of entertainment and art and fiction, or to some degree fiction with this game, is not. It's not a matter of diplomacy.
our prime minister. Not just one unknown grifter is talking. Japanese prime minister is speaking.
I agree that a general attitude of respect towards people and culture is important, but Assassin's Creed doesn't represent a country's or official diplomatic stance. Yeah, one minute exactly. Like it's yeah, what you said. Definitely, I'll copy paste that and act like I just said it because that's a good point. Without that, diplomacy
こ
doesn't
とだ
work.
と思っておりますし、そうでなければ外交というのもできないと思っております。まあ、我
As a
が国として
nation, we
そ
should
ういうことを
lead.
潜水
As a nation, we should lead. What do you say?
そうでなければ外交というのもできないと思っております。
As a
まあ我が国と
nation, we should lead on this.
して
Okay, got it.
そういうことを潜
If stuff like this happens, over tourism or
水反していかね
otherwise,
ばなりませんし、仮にもそういう
we
行為
can't just let
オーバ
it
ーツーリ
slide.
ズムもそう
Over
ですが、
tourism
そ
aside,
ういう
if
こと
it's
があったら
happening,
泣
we've
き
got
寝
to
入りは
call
し
it
ない。
out.
日本国民としてこう
Japanese
いうことは
people
許
won't
さない
stand for
と
it.
いうことも発信を
We
してい
need
く
to
ことは
say
極めて
loud
重
and
要な
clear,
こ
and
と
it's
と考えている
critical,
ところでござい
in
ます。
my
Yeah.
view.
からひろゆき君、
I feel relieved, but please do something.
まさに総理のおっ
Spot
しゃる通
on.
りで
The Prime Minister
まあ
nailed
有形
it.
無形の文化
Tangible
と
or
か
intangible
風習という
culture,
ものに対してで
traditions.
すね、
Wait, hold on. I feel like I want to say something about what he said at the end there.
だと思っておりますし、そうでなければ外交というのもできないと思っております。まあ、我が国として
We should
そうい
lead
うこ
on
とを潜
this.
水反
If stuff like this happens, over tourism
し
or
ていかねばなりま
otherwise,
せんし、仮にもそう
we can't just let it
いう行為
slide.
がオーバーツーリズムも
Over
そうです
tourism
が、
aside, if
そう
it's happening,
いうことがあっ
we've
たら
got to
泣
call
き
it
寝入り
out.
はしないと。日本国民として
Japanese
こういうこ
people
とは
won't
許さ
stand
ないと
for it.
いうことも
Oh yeah, he's talking about the over. Yeah, he's talking. Right, everything here being said is not even about the game, and that's fine. Like this, he's talking about the real life scenarios such as the graffiti and the over tourism leading to negative situations going on. He's not even talking about the game right now,
発信
which ironically is most of what's being discussed here is not actually about Assassin's Creed. It's about the fear of what Assassin's Creed could lead to or how it could be a buff or a multiplier to what's already going on. Like there's already a bunch of stuff going on that the Japanese people are concerned about, like rightfully concerned about. And so Assassin's Creed was mentioned as a is this going to make this thing even worse? And essentially what's being said here is we feel yes, but what's at heart, the fact that these things are going on anyway due to the over tourism and the lack of cultural appreciation or respect for the Japanese or Japan in general is that's already a problem that exists that needs that they don't want to allow to fester, which again is totally reasonable. But again, I'm only watching this and kind of expressing this annoyance is because so many people are using this video as some kind of trump card blow up. Like, yeah, see, it's Ubisoft are terrible. Even the president is, or the prime minister is taking a dump on him. Like the game is, it's like, no, this is not entirely what's
していくこ
happening.
と
Yeah, the game is only a part of this. Yes, it's just a fraction of what's being
は極め
discussed.
て重要なことだと考えておるところでございます。
Yeah.
からひろゆき君、
I feel relieved, but please do something.
まさに
I wonder if he's made other videos on this. This is from 1 day ago, so I doubt he has made anything else. I'm gonna keep an eye on the channel. I'm curious. I would like to know if he has shared what he would like to happen in regards to this game.
総理のおっしゃる通りでまあ、有形無形の文
Oh
化
shit,
と
I
か
missed what he said.
まさに
Spot
総理
on.
のおっしゃ
The
る通り
Prime
で
Minister nailed it.
まあ、有形無形の
He said true. Tangible or
文化
intangible
とか
culture,
風習というものに対して
traditions,
で
those
すね、やっぱり
things,
これは
we've got
お互い
to
がお互い
respect
敬意
each
を持っ
other,
て
both
やらなけれ
sides.
ば私
That's
もい
how
け
I
ない
see
と思
it,
ってい
and I
ます。
stand by that.
先ほどの東
Now,
大ゲー
this game we're talking about, okay, back to the game.
ムソフトにおいては、
Japan's
まあ、日
culture,
本の
its
部分の
landmarks,
文化
they're in there, used without permission and you can wreck them. True and based.
というものとか施設というものとか、まあ
Wait, fully absorb what he said.
ことに
Japan's
おいては
culture.
まあ日本の
Its
部分の
landmarks,
文
they're
化
in
という
there,
ものとか
used without permission, and you can wreck them. Okay, so the being able to destroy them is a big part of the frustration. Yeah, Ubisoft must be kicking themselves. Like, fuck, damn it. There was a junior programmer that came to me at lunchtime and said to me, "Hey, I think we should make it so that you can't actually take out your sword in certain shrine areas." And I told him, you know what? Chill out. It's not that serious. We'll be fine. The game's great. We're Ubisoft. And he's like, damn it, I should have listened to that junior programmer. Should have when we were drinking at the water fountain, I should have took him more seriously. Fuck. He's kicking himself right now.
施設というものとか、まあ無許可でしかも
But
そういう
what about
形で
other countries'
破壊で
stuff?
きるようになって
You can't touch
じゃ
it.
あ、
That's
他国
not
の部分
true.
は
Why
ど
is
う
it
なのか
only
というと、それは
Japan's?
できないようになってい
That's
る。
the
なぜ
setup.
日本だけだって
Why
いう
just us? That bugs me.
これもやっぱり私
It's a
問題だと思うん
problem.
ですね。
No
この点について
question.
も、まあ
And this point,
全てが全てって
not
いうのは
everything,
なぜ
mind
日本
you,
だけという
but why
ことについて
Japan
も
alone?
私は疑問を
I've got real
持っている
questions
一人
about
で
Yes.
What does he mean? What do you?
そのことについて
So is the idea here that that junior programmer needs a promotion true? That's cap. Yeah, like if the argument being made is that Japan has a unique situation where tourists that go there deface and trash and ruin cultural points of significance, and that this is not really done in other countries. If by other countries is only really talking about the Islamic world, then I think everyone here would agree that that probably never happens or happens a lot less, right? But this happens everywhere.
私問題だと思うんですね。今度はどうなのかというと、それをしている。じゃ
You
あ、
can't
他
touch
国の
it.
部分はどう
Why
な
is
の
it
かという
only
と、それはで
Japan's
きないようにな
that's
って
the
いる。
setup?
なぜ日本だけだ
Why
けで
just us? I think I would be fine if he, maybe it's a translation thing. I think it would be fine. I would be on his side if he just said, it feels like this happens more often than us. And if I'm going to be good faith, I'm going to, let me just assume that that's what he means. Because that has to be what he means. He must just mean, it feels like this happens over here in Japan more often. What Johnny Somali did in Japan doesn't happen everywhere. 100%, yeah, it doesn't. But he's not talking about just the Johnny Somalis. He's talking about general like vandalism and maybe like disrespecting the cultural norms or putting food on something that you shouldn't put it on. You know, like just he's not just talking about the extreme Johnny Somali type situation. But I agree. Like in Korea, well, actually, this thing, if he had said this seems to happen in Asia more, I would agree with that, because people are going crazy. The streamers are going crazy in Korea, in Japan, in Taiwan. Sometimes this happened. In I don't know, maybe Thailand as well. Those four I know for sure this has been happening. But Japan and Korea, it's been happening a lot more. But I'm going to be good faith and just assume that he means that what he's really saying is, why does it happen with our country more? Or why does it feel like it's happening more so? Or why does the level of disrespect feel like it's higher? But because the translation is saying only, it's not only Japan, but I'm going to be good faith and interpret it as he just means magnitude, not only. I don't have any specific examples, but this is not a Japan exclusive issue. Yeah, it's not. Because it's a human thing. Like sometimes humans will go to other countries, and because that's not their home country, they won't follow the rules, or they won't care to learn the customs, or they'll disrespect it, or that they're like, oh, well, I'm flying back home in a week, so I don't really. Some people just behave like that. Some people are pieces of shit like that, you know. So it's definitely not a Japan only thing. It's just a human problem.
とか風習というものに対してですね、やっぱりこれはお互いがお互い敬意を持ってやらなければ私もいけないと思っています。先ほどの当該ゲームはどうなのかというと、それはできないようになっている。なぜ日本だけだ
Why just us? That bugs me.
これもやっぱり
It's a
私問題だ
problem.
と思うんです
No
ね。
question.
この点についても、まあ、
At this point,
全てが全てという
not
のは
everything,
な
mind
ぜ日本
you,
だけと
but
いう
why
ことにつ
Japan
いても
alone?
Yes.
私は疑問を持っています。
He's doubled down so many times on the just us, only Japan alone. Like that's what makes me think it's actually not a translation thing. He actually is saying that it only happens in Japan, which is just demonstrably not true. I've got real questions about that. I'm still gonna be. I'm just gonna be good faith and interpret it as he means the magnitude at which it happens, or the flagrancy, like the flagrant confidence that people seem to have, seems to be happening more so in Japan. I can agree with that. That I think that's the only good faith interpretation of what's being said there.
一人でございま
Yes.
す。
I'm not the
その
only
ことについて
one,
もま
and
た
on
引き
this
続きで
going
すね、
forward,
なかなか
it's
表現の自
tricky.
由と絡めた
Sure, it ties into freedom of
話
expression,
であるかもしれませんが、
true,
誤
but
っ
freedom taken the wrong way,
た意味での表現の自由とい
that's
うの
not
は
okay
私
with
は
me.
許されない。
And yeah, and it shouldn't fly. And that's the gift and the curse of freedom of expression, right? Yeah, it's just and he's right. Like I'm glad that he said
なかな
going
か
forward is
表現の自由
tricky.
と絡め
It ties into the freedom of expression. This right here is a sentence that that admits that it is quite a tricky thing to explore. And I'm glad that that's being said, because some people are acting like it's not really complicated at all when it actually is if you really think about it.
絡めたお話であるかもしれませんが、誤
But
った意味で
freedom
の
taken the
表
wrong
現の自
way,
由とい
that's
うの
not
は
okay
私
with
は
me.
許されないと思い
It
ますの
shouldn't
で、
fly.
ぜひともその点につき
So
ましては
on
ま
that
た
note,
経産省ともども
I'd ask the economy
外
ministry
務省について
and
も
the
ご
foreign
協力
ministry
をお願い
to
したい
step
と
up
思っ
and
ており
help
ます。
out here.
ありがとうございます。Yeah. Do you remember when
I
I
wonder what else was said. I wonder if those ministries presented themselves later and then spoke more about it. I think it's because of the country's hearing, they did the hearing without knowing it would be this viral. Oh, this video, you mean?
I said like a butterfly effect, like when my video was deleted, and because of that video, a lot of people reacted. Because of a lot of people reacted, and like the making the wave, right? I was inspired some couple of videos, and I started making a video because I see a lot of comments a lot of Japanese comments that was called racist or liar, or you are not Japanese or kind of stuff, and I made that video. The first
Which video? Listen to Ubisoft. We are mad. Japanese speaks up. Racism in the shadows. 8 months ago. So that he took that video down because of backlash from Japanese people?
comments that a lot of Japanese comments that was called racist or liar, or you are not Japanese or kind of stuff, and I made that video. The first video of Assassin's Creed. And after I made Assassin's Creed Shadow video in English, a lot of people in the West talking about it. Or Japanese is actually mad. And then everyone's small voices became really big and finally reached to Prime Minister. But it's not finished yet. It's not finished yet. Let's see what they can do. And I'll do what I can do.
That's,
You do what you can do. You have a happy day today.
That's the real question for me. I want to know what he would like to happen. Like, is it what are the options really, right? It's either you ban the game in Japan or you force them to make changes, like not being able to do those things in the shrines. Which to be honest, I think I would be fine with, and I don't think that would go against the integrity of the game necessarily. And in fact, the action of doing that, Ubisoft is in such a hot mess right now, like just optically, that the action of doing something like that, like being able to, them going into the game and saying, you know what, we're going to release a patch, and in this patch, all of these areas with the sacred shrines and the Torii gates and all of the things that can be destroyed or defaced are now, you can't destroy them, or they're just areas that are non-combat zones. I don't know how complicated that is though, because there could be some parts of the game where there is a story element or there is a fight that takes place in this kind of setting, right? Like let's say there's like the final boss, or let's say there's a big story encounter where for whatever narrative reason the fight takes place in one of these shrines because, I don't know, the bad guy's trying to do something, or he's trying to, I don't know, like hold hostages in the shrine because he thinks that the samurai won't go there because of their respect for the shrine. There could be a narrative reason why a fight actually takes place there. So then in that situation, what do you do, right? Then you'd have to say, okay, so normally you would be able to destroy in the middle of the fight, like due to being flung around and shooting arrows and explosions, things break because of the physics engine. But for this specific fight that has to take place in the shrine, let's just flag all of the objects in this room to not be destructible. I guess that could be something that they would do, and maybe that's just a compromise they would have to make. But if his desire is that the game gets banned, I don't see that. I don't think that's going to happen. Ubisoft actually made a black male fantasy game about conquering the Japanese through BBC set in feudal Japan. You can't make this up. That's another thing that pisses me off about so much of the reactions as well. It's just so much of the racialized comments. It's just, I mean, I know it's the internet and people get bold and just want to say the most inflammatory thing, but there's plenty of things to be concerned about or complain about the game that doesn't need to rely on like just the black jokes, you know. I saw some crazy joke. I think I screenshotted it on my phone. Hold on, where's my phone? I saw somebody on Reddit say, what did they say? They said, got the screenshot. Oh wait, no, I didn't screenshot it, did I? Crap. Oh no, I did. Somebody on one of Asmongold's videos said black man looting, very accurate description, and then a comment, a reply said it's in their genes, you know, and mind you, this comment got over 129 likes, and then the response of it's in their genes got 18 likes. So it was probably because it just didn't get seen as much as the top comment. But you know, like the way that the racialized component of it got or continues to get used as a weapon is quite annoying. I think forcing a change or restricting access to any form of art by a country's government is dangerous and overstepping it. I agree. I think that there's a slippery slope there for sure. I just think that I could see a world where Ubisoft decides to do that because they might be in their offices right now just like, we need to control the damage. This is horrible optically. Although I would like to know how the game is selling, because I think this could be what's it called? What was that Harry Potter game? There was that Harry Potter game that came out, right? Hogwarts Legacy, and how people were trying to boycott it because of J.K. Rowling's perspectives, and then because of that news and the narrative surrounding that whole drama, the game ended up selling a lot more, right? So I could see this happening. I could see this happening with this game as well. But I still think that perhaps Ubisoft will just be in their offices like, we need to control this fire. It's getting really out of hand. What can we do? Sure, that if that change was presented to them, like, hey guys, just make it so that you can't destroy these shrines. Not every shrine, but these specific shrines, no go. I think even though it is the case that it does limit artistic expression, I think Ubisoft deciding to do that in a hypothetical world where they decide to do that, it would probably be a clever decision because it shows some good faith effort to try and mend the bridge and to consider. I mean, not everybody's going to be happy at the end of the day. People are still going to have whatever they want to say about Ubisoft. You know, they might make this change, and then some people are not even aware that they make the change. And then every time they hear the name Assassin's Creed Shadows, like, oh, Assassin's Creed Shadows, isn't it that super racist Ubisoft game where they tried to make the black samurai have sex with all of the villagers and make biracial black Japanese children everywhere? Isn't it that game? You know, people are still going to have completely incorrect and non-updated perspectives on the situation, but I think that would be a good faith effort for them to try and at least mend an already toxic and troublesome situation, which they did do quite a lot of work in putting themselves into it. You know what I mean? They did bring this upon themselves in many regards, but I do think that the reaction and the fact that a lot of people are not even looking at the pure facts of what is being discussed and, you know, what the Prime Minister said in this video is also doing harm as well. Not just harm to Ubisoft, but harm to discourse in general. Just the whole aspect of how people discuss things online and how much people are speaking with enough knowledge is sadly declining at a rapid rate, which I think is a very unhealthy thing and is building a future that is looking quite spooky, if I don't say so myself, you know. In my opinion, if they didn't market it as historically accurate, they wouldn't get this much heat. Yeah, I've heard that they like, I would like because I didn't follow the journey in that much detail, I've heard that being said a lot. I've heard that, well, the problem is Ubisoft should never have made it out like it was a historically accurate thing. But I don't know what quote or what words are being used to say that Ubisoft did that. Because I know that Ubisoft did at one point say in response to Backlash that Yasuke is a real historic figure, right? I know that they did say that, but it could be the case where some people are taking those words and making it seem like, oh, Ubisoft said that, but Yasuke is a real historical figure. Therefore, they're trying to say that this game is historically accurate. But I would be shocked if that's the case, because based on what I've heard of the game, Ubisoft must know that it's not historically accurate, because they know that they're telling a story where they're taking crazy creative liberties with non-fictional areas or characters or names or locations, right? You know, they know that. They have to know that. So for them to have made the game and then put out those statements would be very strange. So when people say that, I would like to be pointed to the actual quote that is being used to try and prove that Ubisoft tried to say this game is accurate. Because I would bet money that that's actually not what happened. My bet would be they just said that in reference to Yasuke in response to the pushback that, why are you putting a black samurai? Black samurai? Oh my God, here we go again with the woke DEI. And the reality is that some people, a lot of people don't even know that historically that there was a person in Japanese history called Yasuke. Like, and that person was around samurais or around Nobunaga, or he did exist, you know? So maybe Ubisoft was defending his existence, and in the defense of his existence, some people took that as they're trying to say that the entire game is historically accurate. You know, they got praised for their accuracy on the Egypt one, I think. What I mean is there's a lot of factors, right? Yeah. I imagine that's what their goal is, right? Their goal is probably to make a game, a non-fictional game, or with non-fictional characters, and just be creatively flagrant with it and do different things here and there, which happens all the time in media. It happens all the time. It happens with movies, with games, like everywhere you see, you know. That's part of what makes entertainment and narratives very interesting sometimes. Is the game basically fictional characters going into the past and controlling real historical people? No, it's just you're playing as your, I don't know the entire narrative of the game, but the two main characters are two the male main character Yasuke is based on a real historical figure, and then the female main character, she's a ninja. I don't believe the ninja character is based on a real figure. The ninja character is a fictional character. But no, the game, it doesn't have time travel. It's like it has real like Nobunaga is, I believe Nobunaga is in the game, and he was like a feudal Japanese lord that was like the leader of an army or something like that. I don't know too much about Nobunaga, but it does have historical people. It's not like fictional characters that went into the past. But yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on this channel, and I'm curious to see what he says, or I'm curious to see what he says as the situation continues to unfold. You know. Anyway, that is my that is my lengthy, long perspective on this. In a nutshell, my issue is more so, it's not so much about the game and the reaction to the game, or it is, but it's more so about how this kind of response to things in general in life, whether it's politics, whether it's games, whether it's like cultural stuff, the lack of good faith effort to actually understand things before commenting on it, or watching an entire interview or a debate or a discussion in its entirety. That's just happening a lot less nowadays. People will just see the title, they see the thumbnail, and then they just go in the comment section and share what they think based on that without actually having watched what the person said about it. And this is just happening all throughout. AC is basically tracing the history to acquire info to fight the enemy in modern times. Assassin's Creed is basically tracing the history to acquire info to fight the enemy in modern times. Wait, so there is time travel? Is that what you're saying? So you go back in time and then you get the history, you get the information, and then what? You go back into the future to fight the enemy. Oh shit, my game disconnected. I mean, we were. No, just tracing your ancestor journey to find the answer. Oh, okay. Yeah, this whole, yeah, as I said earlier, the whole drama makes me curious to give it a try. If Bleach wasn't coming out tomorrow, I think I would have given it a try. For sure. Let me play something a bit more relaxing. Let's play some MGS. Didn't they do Jean Grey and put a person's mind into a body of a person in the past? If that happened, I have no idea. Maybe Winter in YouTube chat can elaborate. But where did you hear that? Did you Google it or something? I've never heard that they did a Jean Grey in that game. Not to say they didn't. I don't know if. Maybe you're thinking of a different game, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm super curious. Super curious. Did I lose the last game? Oh wait, I did. Damn, got my ass kicked. No more quests. I wonder how many people are streaming it. Assassin. Damn, yeah, a lot of people are streaming it. I mean, that's what drama does, right? Puts. I saw 112,000 streaming it. I just know the basic stuff dropped AC after the main character stopped showing up in their recent games. I just know the basic stuff. You dropped AC after IC. I watch a lot of playthroughs of games, and that was defo how one of the Assassin's Creed game was about. Oh, you're talking about Assassin's Creed in general. Yeah, maybe that happened in one of them, but I haven't heard something like that happening in this game. The original trilogy is about a character going back into the past to relive his ancestors' memories, yeah. Okay, so that's like with the original games then. So I guess they've abandoned that for quite a while. Shout outs to Swift for the Assassin's Creed lore. Came with the correction. He said he came with the well actually. Sometimes you gotta hit someone with the well actually. The new games don't touch on the modern era. It just implies that the player is the one going back to relive the past. Right. Makes sense. Well, actually. Actually. That's crazy. Oh, C4, did you see? What's your thoughts on the Chris CCH situation with the EWC and Capcom teaming up for Capcom Cup? And then a lot of people are talking about boycotting because they don't like the Saudi government being part of the esports stuff because of all that stuff going on, bro. Because I've been following this stuff, and yeah, I have some. You got a lot to say. Yeah, I've got takes. Honestly, I saw Mike. You know who I think? I'm sure you saw Mike Hollow's tweet. I think Mike Hollow's tweet destroyed everything. All a person needs to do is read that tweet and just be like, you know what? He's right. Like that's it. I can't see any other way to look at it. And he was being very respectful as well. You didn't see it? Okay, I'll pull up his tweet and I'll read his tweet, and then you can tell me what you think, or others can weigh in. So for the uninitiated, for those who don't know or don't care. Oh, I saw Gutek's tweets as well. Yeah, I saw all of that. For the uninitiated or those who don't care, basically a lot of fighting game I say a lot. Some fighting game players and commentators don't want to participate or are questioning participating in Capcom Cup because the next year or this year's Capcom Cup is going to be in partnership with Capcom and the EWC, which is Esports World Cup, I believe it stands for. And the EWC is a Middle Eastern, Saudi Arabia organization, and some people are not happy with that government because of their perspectives on LGBT and some of the stuff that they do. I don't know too much. I don't want to parrot the wrong thing, but they have partaken or currently partake in things that a lot of people disagree with. And so in order to protest against that, a lot of top players and commentators or FGC people do not want to participate, even though there's a lot of money on the line to be up for grabs. And so, do you know what sports washing is? I don't know the detail, but I have a general gist of basically it's like using blood money or money from questionable sources to prop up sports or competition and get a lot of interest because of the high amounts of money. Even though the money may be coming from questionable sources. I believe that's what it is, right? Can I jump in Discord? Yeah, 1 sec. Let me just quickly read Mike Hollow's tweet. That's not a tweet, that's a video. And with the Vegeta AI. Hope there ain't no crazy anime porn. Where did I see it? Was it a reply? Damn it, I should have saved it. Oh, yeah, here it is. He said, Gutex isn't wrong. You're gonna... Oh, wait, this is in response to Gutex saying, anybody boycotting EWC because of Saudi Arabia better be prepared to skip EVO as well. And forget about playing Fatal Fury, because Fatal Fury is funded. Sorry for the mic bump. Fatal Fury, I believe, is quite heavily funded by, I believe, the same Saudi government or the same company. Capcom games are also borderline forbidden as well. Sorry, I don't make the rules. And then he posts a bunch of screenshots showing like who the investors are and stuff. And then so Mike Hollow says, Gutex isn't wrong. You're gonna have to stop doing a lot of things you love if you take this stance. Doesn't just go for games, but general entertainment as well. Kiss goodbye to the WWE, UFC, and boxing. Careful where you eat as well. Better look into the music you listen to or the products you buy. Never know when they're being produced or who's funding something. You've likely been partaking in something you don't agree with all your life. All governments do unspeakable things. It's just that you're aware of some of them and others you're not and never will be. I'm not saying abandon your boycott. I'm just saying really think about your day-to-day activities, the media you consume, and the places you go before you take the stance. You might find that you need to live off the grid entirely to stay true to your morals. Yeah, I think that's a very succinct and reasonable take, in my opinion. This is an incorrect take for a lot of people. I think the only thing that can be I think the last paragraph here is quite important because he's given room to say that he's not trying to say that you should abandon the boycott. Because some people will agree with this, but they will still just have their own personal fundamental lines that they don't want to cross because it just makes them, because of their own way of living and what they believe in. And so even though they may agree with all of this, they still may decide to boycott. And I believe this last paragraph is taking that into consideration. Like, if you still want to boycott while knowing all of this, then fine, because that just means that that's your morals and that's okay. But I think there are a lot of people who don't consider these other areas and they will heavily make a boycott in one area while engaging in something that if they were aware to if they were aware of the thing that they're truly engaging in, by the virtue of their consistency, they should probably also boycott this other thing. And then that might spiral out of control to the point where you can't do anything anymore, you know? Because a lot of people are concerned about sports washing. All right, let me get you in. Oh man, the Soul Calibur is hitting me right now. Is this Soul Calibur 3? Oh, Soul Calibur 2. Soul Calibur. Soul Calibur. Okay, let me call C4. Reminding me of the Genshin situation. Which one? I used to play Genshin. Was that when... Oh, like just Genshin being a Chinese game, right? Or was there something else that happened with Genshin? There he is. Calling now. Calling. Yo.
Red lorry, yellow lorry, red lorry, yellow lorry, red lorry, yellow lorry.
Okay.
Good day.
Sounding good. Yeah. What's was I right about sports washing, or I'm completely off?
But basically, you're right. Like, my understanding of sports washing isn't the greatest. There's loads of videos on it. It's been happening for like years, blah blah blah. And like last year, a lot of esports journalists spoke about it. Happening in esports, but basically the basic concept is if you're a top player, the people in the Middle East will use their money to basically make you as a figure for people from your region to, you know what? Let me start again. It's basically reputational rehab. That's where it is. And the way they do it is by utilizing sports and players in sports. So an example is they did this with, people saying they did this with Cristiano Ronaldo. So, or like sports teams like Newcastle. They buy Newcastle, they make Newcastle win or get close to winning the Premier League. So all the Newcastle fans are going, yeah, Saudi saved Newcastle. So they're basically washing away the bad reputation that they have by using sports.
I see.
Does that make a bit more sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. I see. So your argument is that concern is a different concern than what Mike Hollow is addressing here.
Yes, because as a player, you might not care. It's hard to. I say it like this: it's not about the politics of sports washing, which sounds stupid because sports washing is politics. But your moral stance on what Saudi does has nothing to do if you don't want to be a puppet. Chris CC might just not want to be a puppet for the sports washing. That could be his only reason for not wanting to take part. And if you look at the quote tweets, I would probably say 50% are saying about sports washing. They're not saying about the morality or the kind of religious aspect or the country's response to gay people, blah, blah, blah. They're not talking about that. They're just saying sports washing. You don't want to be a part of the sports washing aspect.
But
I think that's a separate.
Yeah. Well, okay, that's a good point. However, ultimately though, isn't the reason why they don't want to be part of the sports washing is because they don't want to help the Saudi government cover up the optics of what they do, which would then lead back to the original problem of what the Saudi government does.
It could be, but it could also not be. Someone petty like me, I could look at their government and go, you know what? They're doing this through religion. To me, it's all stupid. I don't care what they do. They're doing it over there as long as they do it in their country, whatever. That could be my stance. And I could say, I just don't want to be a puppet in the whole game that they're playing.
I see.
I could say that and then happily go to that country on holiday.
Right. Okay, so
that makes sense. Because I'm trying to. I know most of the time it is going to be the kind of logic tree that you put out, right? It's I don't like what they're doing, and I don't want to help them rehabilitate their reputation. You could not believe their reputation in the first place and just be, I don't want to be a pawn in this game.
But wouldn't a lot of the time the reason why the person doesn't want to be a pawn is because they is because A, they don't want to be a pawn. But why is it that they don't want to be a pawn? They don't want to be a pawn because they don't want to participate or to be used as an assist, as a tool to help them successfully sports wash.
Yeah, you might not want to be a pawn for the right side as well. You could believe everything. You could believe that if you look at the quote tweets, it's really disgusting because a high up commentator, real quick tangent. There's two commentators now. One called she's changing their pronouns basically. That's the stage they're in. So they're going by she.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Wait, what are these quote tweets in response to? So maybe I can find it.
Chris CC. If you go to his tweet and go to his quote tweets, basically this cert person said in a Discord, like, in response to this top commentator saying, if you think Saudi are like going to Saudi is dangerous, you're retarded. I looked and I was like, bro, you can't say that. There's no way.
Wait.
And then the cert person said, they said, if you think going to Saudi is dangerous because of your pronouns or whatever, or your sexual orientation, you're retarded.
Oh no! Wait, so the top commentator said that?
Yes, in Discord, and then obviously this cert person saw it, and they put a paragraph saying, "I've heard people that have been in that situation. I'm one of these people that might get straight deported back if I'm trying to go there for commentary." Blah blah blah. And if you look at the Chris CC thing, the nasty bit about it is you can't say someone's stupid, because a lot of them say he's stupid, retarded, blah blah blah, for thinking this, when it's not like it's not like saying the world is flat. It's not as plain as that. We've seen stories of people or the laws in Saudi Arabia being against people like Sonic Fox. We've seen this. It's not. So why would you say someone's stupid if they're feeling uncomfortable or it's dangerous for them to go there? But it's the bias. And that's why I didn't like Mike Hollow's response to Chris CC's, because I saw the quote tweets before I saw Mike Hollow's one. And I saw Gutex's one. And they're talking about the morality aspect. And I'm like, I don't think most people are worried about that.
But
you know, a few people.
But the feeling I get is that, like, if I was to guess, I think that Chris CCH, his this post that he originally posted, the feeling I get is that the decision is coming by way mostly of the morality aspect. Although he didn't say either way, he didn't say, I don't like the sports washing or I don't like the morality. Perhaps I'm just guessing, but okay. Do you think that most people that are against, do you think that most people who have the same sentiment as Chris CCH are mostly comes from sports washing or the morality?
I think that's why I changed it. I think most people figured out the morality. I don't think most people know about the sports washing. I only knew about it because Jammers told me. Jammers told me last year when he went to EWC. And if you watch like football and stuff over here in the UK, you know about it because it's happened to Premier League teams like Newcastle. So that's how I learned about it. I just want it to be that everyone's given you're being a hypocrite. I don't even think that argument works, but that's harder to dismantle. I'm saying not everyone's doing it for the same reason. The hypocrisy angle doesn't really work, because if you flip it I had an argument on the Discord. I said, okay, let's turn it around and use it as a good, right? So say I give to charity to like a cancer foundation. Am I being a hypocrite if I don't give to all of them? No, you don't.
Yeah.
Exactly. So if someone sees something bad, I was going to use Black Lives Matter, but there's too many minefields there. But pointing out one bad thing and saying boycott it or this is bad doesn't mean you're condoning all the other bad things. It's way easier to go, I'm not going to this tournament, then I'm not playing any fighting game because they're all tied with Saudi Arabia. That's ridiculous, right? And the hypocrisy line basically says, well, you must have to live in a hut, make your own clothes, milk your own cows, because yes, everything we do has a tie to something commodity.
Yeah. But I don't think Mike Hollow's tweet was trying to say, I don't think he's trying to say hypocrisy, therefore you might as well go on a rocket and go to another planet. I think he's just trying to raise awareness of this becomes a slippery slope, and where do you stop? And obviously everybody's going to draw their own personal line, right? But I think it is fair to question or not question, it is fair to raise awareness of this might be a slippery slope, such as, right, let's say like somebody might just not want to go to EWC, fine, right? But then let's say that person has no problem playing huh? What you say?
Oh, no, sorry, I was moving stuff around. I'm listening.
So let's say on one hand, the person doesn't want to go to EWC for reasons very similar to Chris CCH, right? But then let's say that this same person has no problem playing the new Mark of the Wolves game that is going to come out soon, right? And so the question I would have is like, I would have a hard time, even though any person can personalize why they decided to boycott this thing and not the other thing. But I do think there will be some instances where it's like, if that person decides to not go to EWC, but they have no problem playing Garo, Mark of the Wolves, or City of the Wolves, that's like a hard, I don't know how that person would make that work in their own mind, outside of just arbitrarily saying, fuck EWC, but I'm playing this game though. Like I don't know how that would even work. Maybe it doesn't work, but they don't care.
I think that's easy. I think that's a very easy distinction. This is not even my position. My position is, real quick, last year I worked with the British esports company, which is basically I was commentating Street Fighter for kids in college, and the qualifying kids would go to EWC, right? And then the Saudi government sponsored the esports organization I was working with, and about 50% of them dropped out. They didn't want nothing to do with it. And they asked all of us, would you stay on board if we go through with this? And I said yes, because I see it as a case of, you can do good with the money. Normally when they say about sports washing, what happens is the person that is sports washing can't say anything bad about Saudi Arabia. They can't do tweets about the news about it. That's kind of like the unwritten rule of the contract.
Yeah.
I was saying, well, if this happens and I get paid enough, I'll run my own tournament for the LGBTQ. I can do something good with the bad money. That's my perspective. Right. It's like boycotting, it means we have no money and then we can't do anything.
Yeah.
We can just plead with other people to not care about money. It doesn't make any sense to me. So this is in my argument. But I think it's easy to split not supporting a tournament versus not supporting the game. Because you were saying about the slippery slope and where do you draw the line? That is the line. The line is, I'm not going to support an organization if you say, oh, well, don't play the game, it's like, but the game is SNK. I support SNK. I can support SNK more than the Saudi government. But in terms of the tournament, that's all Saudi Arabia. I don't support that.
Right.
I think that's a meaningful distinction.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
personally.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. So yeah, in that case, if for people who are against it mostly or only because of sports washing, then yeah, I think that's a distinction that is big enough for it to not, like, that being against sports washing doesn't lose to Mike Hollow's critiques, or it doesn't lose to the morality argument, because it's but then like you said, I wonder how many people, the feeling I get, like you said earlier, the feeling, like when you said that, you probably reckon most people are on a moral argument. That's the feeling I get as well.
If I put a number, it's like 80-20. 80 moral, 20 sports washing. Yeah.
Especially because most of the people are not even going to be part of the sport. Like, you're only going to be part of the sports washing conversation if you are a commentator or a player, right? Like, if you're just watching the tournament, it doesn't apply. That doesn't apply. So it's probably just a moral thing, most likely. Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I just don't want the sports washing argument to be encompassed in the moral, because even though, like I said, normally the sports washing is a problem because of the moral aspect. That's not necessarily the principle to the sports washing. They just might not want to be a part of the political game. As you know, most gamers are like, oh, I don't want my politics in my game. You might not want to be part of the sports washing just because you don't want to be part of the politics. And yeah, the hypocrisy, I know we've said this before, the hypocrisy thing doesn't really resonate with me. I can't think of a hypocrisy argument that makes me think, oh yeah, you're right. Like, but it does to a lot of other people. A lot of other people are like, oh yeah, you can't be a hypocrite. That's like bad, I guess. It just doesn't work for me.
Rewind for a bit. You said, why doesn't the hypocrisy thing bother you or matter to you?
Because whenever I think about hypocrisy, I think of the smokers analogy. Like I can tell my little girl, don't smoke, even though I do. Yes, I'm a hypocrite, but what I'm saying is still correct. You shouldn't smoke. It's bad for you. It doesn't take away the truthness.
Yeah.
Yeah. So being a hypocrite, saying, "Oh yeah, EWC is bad," doesn't mean you're saying, "Oh, everything else Saudi Arabia does is good." Like it doesn't compute. That doesn't follow for me.
Yeah. But I don't think that's what when people make I don't even think the hypocrisy argument. Like again, going back to Mike Hollow's thing, I don't even think he's making a hypocrisy argument. I just think he's just saying, be careful when we stand. Like when you're standing on 10 toes and on each toe it says morals. Be careful when you stand on those toes because those same toes walk on a whole bunch of other pieces of land that have the same questionable morals, whether you're aware of it or not. And I think that's a different critique or a different argument than just saying you're a hypocrite, because that's not what that's not what's being said there, you know.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. It's more like if this is a principle, you're going to have to apply this principle in other places.
Well, not even that you're going to have to, but be aware that you may, like, it's like twofold. It's like you may have to, or are you aware of, right? And when you become aware of, you may be like, shit, I might have to. And even if you say, like, even if you become aware of, and then you decide, you know what, I'm aware of it now, but I don't want to apply the consistency, then at least that person, in my opinion, should have some kind of internalized reason why they're able to be like, okay, if I'm to be consistent, I should have a problem with this situation, but I figured out a way why I don't, or why it's not as bad. At least be able to raise that as a defense, in my opinion. But I think some people, and I understand why some people don't care about it, because some people just don't live their lives that way. Some people don't care to have to justify everything. Like, who are you for me to need to explain myself, right? And I get that. And honestly, it's probably more comfortable and better to live that way, right? But the kind of person that I am, and probably to some degree yourself as well, I would like to have my own internal answer, right? Like if I voiced a concern with this government, and then somebody tells me, yo, you know that this place that you live in, this government literally does the same thing, but you still participate in XYZ. I, as a person, I would want to have my own internal answer as to why I don't have a problem with the second one, but I do with the first. And if I can't find that answer, then I should also have a problem with the second one too.
I get that. I don't think most people could address that. I think I could, but yeah, obviously that's an argument for me. Like, you know, when we're speaking about being a vegetarian or eating meat, and I was like, that's immoral. Well, yeah, I eat meat. How do I square that circle? For me, it's a case of, well, if I follow the immorality part, I'm eventually going to come to a kind of a ridiculous conclusion where I'm going to be writing out eulogies for stepping on an ant. If I care about sentient life that much, you know what I mean? Like absurdity. Most morals that people hold, if you follow it all the way to its extreme, you're going to land in a place of absurdity where you can't do anything, where you just can't live. And like you said, you have to draw a line somewhere. It might be an arbitrary line, but if the line's consistent, I think that's fair.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Let me quickly respond to Traveler said, I just watched a video about the shortcomings of Monster Hunter. I've been debating buying it and would like to know if you think I should. I never played a Monster Hunter game before. I think it's worth trying. I'm of the mindset that if you are completely new to Monster Hunter, the chances of you enjoying Wilds increases exponentially, because you got so much new things to engage in. Like, everything is new. Whereas returning players, not everything is new. A lot is new, but a lot of the monsters and the weapons, right? Like they're toying with things that they're familiar with that have been changed. But for you, it's going to be newness everywhere. Up, down, left, right, everything's new. So I think the chances of you liking the game is going to be quite high. What is the topic of discussion, by the way? Oh, Winter explained it. Okay, yeah. Sorry, continue.
No, that was it. I was going to ask, what would you do if you're Chris CC? So before the tweet, you're obviously a good enough player that you qualified for the next Capcom World Cup. World Cup, Capcom Cup, and then they say, "Yeah, we're getting sponsored by Saudi." How would you respond?
I'm taking it. Like I'm not doing the Chris CC. I'm
right.
even if I have the same and I'm taking it for the same reason that you said earlier about using the bad money to do good things. Like that to me is like for me to, if a lot of money is on the table, that money, for a lot of money to be on the table and for that money to allow me a great potential to do a lot of good things or change my life, that money, for me to not accept that money or the potential to win that money, the badness of the money needs to be mad high. It needs to be it needs to be Super Saiyan 5 bad, like super negative, to the point where me taking that money, I would feel some kind of ick within my soul, right? And I don't think, like for example, something crazy, right? Like somebody sold children and they literally got money from the selling of that children, and then you win the tournament, and then that's the money you're getting.
The money is literally made out of kids.
I mean, yeah. That is even more extreme, right? Yeah, but in both scenarios, I'm not gonna take the money. Probably, most likely, even though I could do good things with it, because I think there will be. I think even after I do the good things with the money, I think there would be an actual tangible feeling that I would have inside that would potentially never go away. That would be my line, but that's a hyper extreme line. I'm taking the money in most cases.
Yeah, I think that's the majority of people. I think there's only been a few people that have. I mean, the test is going to be Evo, because Evo, I think, is getting as well as Capcom. Evo is also getting funded by that as well. And Gutex's tweet has made it clear, where I think not many people knew about that. They didn't know about Evo because it's under some name that isn't extremely tied to Saudi Arabia. So this Evo, it will be interesting to see again, like where the morals and stuff happen, because I believe all I know is Sonic Fox has said like they're not going to do anything revolved around Saudi Arabia being involved, and just not take part, which is not too bad for Sonic Fox because they play games like MK.
Right.
There's not going to be EWC for MK, and for me, I never thought it would be an issue when I was talking to Jammers. It was like, yeah, Saudi Arabia is not going to touch Guilty Gear. There's no way.
Right.
So yeah, I was like, to me, it's never going to be an issue. But yeah, if they're involved with Evo, it'll be. We'll see who are the 10 toggers.
Yeah, who are going to be standing? I don't think a lot of people for Evo. I think the problem with the problem / good thing about Evo is that it's so much more than a fighting game tournament, right? Like if you decide not to go to Evo, how many events you're going to miss out on? Merchandise, being able to see your friends, being part of something huge. Like there's so much more to it that I think in most cases if you're bowing out of Evo because of that, you end up losing out on too much. I think it's just that's what makes me agree with people. Not agree, but that's what gives strength to people like Arturo when they say, like, I'm not sure if you saw his tweets about it, but his whole perspective is that all of this is just virtue signaling. Like when people are saying, I'm not going to this event because of the EWC, you're what you're really, in his mind, what you're really doing is announcing to the world how great of moral standing you have, and you're trying to just find some communion by showing that you're a great person. Like it's like you're doing the Genki Dama and you're gathering all the goodness from everybody, and you're trying to let them know how virtuous you are. And I don't entirely disagree with that. I think sometimes in some cases people do these things just for the social brownie points of how it makes them look.
No, I think I saw something similar because someone said something about the virtual signaling of this whole like EWC thing, and then I really thought about what's bad about virtual signaling? Because if someone said something like, "Oh, this person, I don't know, ran a red light and hit someone," that's bad. It's such a normal thing for everyone to agree. You wouldn't call it virtual signaling, though, would you?
Yeah, but I don't think that's virtue signaling. Like that wouldn't be an example of it. If
your example, why is it not? You are signaling a virtue, no?
Wait, is the virtue that somebody says running a red light is bad?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the situation and the context that it's being said, right? Like if somebody ran a red light and then you caught the person who ran the red light and then you directly told them like, bro, man, like you shouldn't be doing that, right? Like that's not virtue signaling. That's just telling somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think the signaling is the key part of the virtue signaling phrase, because it's the attempt or the feeling that you're signaling out into the open, almost like you're trying to draw attention to yourself to show how virtuous one is, right? It's the signal part of it that rubs people the wrong way, because at least for me, or I think for most people, it comes off as dishonest. If somebody feels like you're virtue signaling, it feels like the signaling of it is a feeling of dishonesty, which most people don't like people that give them the feeling that they're dishonest. So that's why it's a thing that people don't like. You know?
Yeah, maybe it's my interpretation of the word, because I don't feel it needs to be dishonest. But I can see someone who is being truly honest and go, oh yeah, but that's so obvious. Why would you tweet that, right? Because basically tweeting is signaling. Maybe not virtuous all the time, but it's a signal, right? So anytime you tweet something and you agree with someone morally, to me, that would be a virtual signal, regardless if they are being dishonest or not. And I think most people are being honest. But like you said, it's the social brownie point. So to me, it's cringe, but I don't think it's bad to virtual signal. Personally,
I think it's one of those things where it's hard to always, like, because I agree, if somebody retweets something or quote tweets, and then they basically in the quote tweet they agree with what's being said in the tweet, that's not always. It really comes down to what's being said, how they're saying it, how often they're retweeting it. Like just a raw quote tweet of a thing that you agree with is not virtue signaling. I think it's one of those things where it's a social. Traveler says, concerning the discussion at hand, virtue signaling is often seen as selfish if it isn't followed up on with action. But if your actions allow you to signal without being a hypocrite, you're good. Maybe that's part of it too, like the follow up side of it. I don't think that it has to have that for it to cross into the realm of virtue signaling. I think that most of the time it's a social thing where people only use that term when they feel like you're trying to make yourself look better out of a person in a way that is that feels artificial, right? So that's why
right.
I don't think just a raw quote tweet is instantly a virtue signal. But if for some reason, maybe if it's the body of the text or how often it's being said or what else this person stands for and how often they go on a soapbox to preach about whatever, and then like what Traveler said, maybe this person does all of that, but then they never actually follow up on the things that they preach about. That's when it starts to give the listeners like, I'm just getting the feeling that you're virtue signaling now because maybe this individual enjoys maybe they enjoy the attention of standing for the right thing as opposed to actually believing or acting upon the right thing or the thing that they believe in.
I understand that. Maybe. Yeah, I guess that's what most people mean then.
Yeah.
Because if you look at like what it actually means, it's not an issue. But when you add the component of, oh, that person's being sus, there's something fishy here. Like, I think they're being a little bit dishonest on why they're signaling this virtue. And yeah, that's when it could be a bit like, this person's being a.
You know what it reminds me of? It's kind of, maybe I've never made this comparison, but maybe it's a similar thing. Do you know the phrase "stolen valor"?
Yeah.
Yeah. So with stolen valor, right? It's like when you literally look at the words, valor, the valor of the person acting like they were in the military is not truly actually stealing valor and the accomplishments of the actual soldier, right? But it's the social perception that we see you in the uniform and we assume that you've done something, great for the country because you were a soldier or you are a soldier, and that's why when it turns out that person's fake, even though nothing was stolen, there is still some kind of like emotional feeling that feels like something wrong has been done here. Like you're trying to earn something that you don't deserve. And I think it's a similar thing where it's like with the virtual signaling. It's like when you look at the actual language, it's like, sure, any tweet is a signal, but it's one of those colloquial things that's not really determined by the actual definition of the words. It's more about how in society we've put these phrases together and how we use them generally.
Yeah, no, I think that maps on perfectly. Yeah, it's the dishonest part,
Yeah.
which is the issue, not the action of in itself, right?
Right. Are you outside?
Yeah.
Because the wind is super blowing on your phone.
Yeah, sorry, I'm going to pick up my little one.
Oh, right.
But yeah, that was pretty much it.
We can probably reconvene later because the wind is gonna blow up the ears of people. It's super loud in my
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I'll hang up. I'll be in chat for a bit then.
All right, man. No worries. Enjoy the safe pickup.
Cool. In a bit.
See ya. Let's end this call. Da-dong. Cool. Virtue signaling. Stolen valor. You know what's funny? I drafted this card, the Exodar. If you're building a starship, launch it and choose a protocol. And I only got one starship card. I'm gonna be so angry if this is the only one I get. Knowing my luck, it's gonna be the only starship card. Also, taking money made in an immoral way, despite how you use it, is wrong. Because you're basically saying that the outcome of an action justifies any means. Using money for good doesn't strip the I almost read that as immortality. Using money doesn't strip the immortality from it. No, I agree with you. I just when I said that, I wasn't trying to say that me using the money for good makes the prior action makes the acquisition of the money, the original money, good. Definitely not. It's one of those things where it's more so a bad that I'm okay to have that on my conscience if I can use the money for a greater good, especially if that greater good affects people other than myself, right? So yeah, I would never say that the usage of the money changes the DNA of it, the origin of it, but it's just, that's something I'm okay with. I would be okay with. You know, it doesn't make, yeah, it's just something I would be fine with. And I think a lot of people would, I mean, I say a lot, but a decent amount of people would and a decent amount of people wouldn't. And it's going to depend on the amount too, right? I think everybody, you know, when they say everybody has a price, I do believe that to be the case in most situations. Everybody does have a price. Everybody, and when we say everybody, I think in reality, the real quote should be most people have a price, but I think most people is going to be so much that it may as well be everybody when we say everybody has a price. I personally don't mind, but I can totally see it. Oh, you mean you personally don't, you mean you don't have a price? Or Saudi money isn't bad, it's from oil mostly. Yeah, but I think people, I think that's true, but maybe it's the case where people are perhaps incorrectly looking at some of the other things that they do and attributing it to the money, or they are or they know that the money is coming from the oil, but they still don't want to participate in it because of the other things, the moral things. But yeah, I think everybody, I don't agree with that statement, but I understand where you're coming from. Oh, do you mean the statement of everybody has a price? That's interesting. I think when you say you don't agree though, do you mean that are you saying you don't agree because you personally don't have a price that would fundamentally change a moral decision? Or are you saying that other people do not have a price that would change their moral decision? Because if it's the latter, number one, I would need to see how you would prove that, and number two, it's quite clear that that is the case, right? Like, you know, this is a what's the word I'm looking for? This is a like silly cartoony example, but this goes back to the tried and true school playground example, or the playground question, right? Everybody's been at school or in some kind of environment, and they'll say something like, Would you do this for X amount of money? Would you eat shit for $1 million? Would you as a straight man let another man give you a blowjob for $1 million, right? Now, if you ask the same question, but the money is mad low, oh, you're straight, you don't like men, all right. Would you let a man suck your dick for 500 USD? Probably most people will say no. Same question. Would you let a man suck your dick for £1 million? Everybody has a price. People's answer is going to change. Some people's answer, they won't change. But then I think in most cases, the answer is going to change depending on what's being asked, right? That's a playground thing. No, I mean, I guess not only a playground thing, but I think when I think of things like, oh, would you eat shit for £1 million? I'm just I remember how often people would say that in school. Obviously, adults ask that to each other just for fun, right? But I also encountered this in school so much, right? People would ask these kind of questions all the time, especially the gay one. Oh, would you let another man blah 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 for $1 million? People did that so often. The classic age-old question, yeah, for sure. But when it comes to things like what's right or wrong, money doesn't change a thing, in my opinion. Yeah, but that's not that's not the claim that I'm making, though. I agree that the like me deciding to use bad money for a good thing doesn't make the actions that the original people of the money or owners of the money, like if I get paid from people who acquired that money by bad means, me using that money for good doesn't make the bad means good. Like that's obvious. But I can still do better. I can still do good things with the money. Money is amoral. Yeah, how it's used is good. Exactly, how it's used is good or bad. I mean, there's also a price and condition, right? People who got nothing to lose might take the even cheaper offer. Yeah, for sure. There's people, if you get like a speeding ticket and you don't have a lot of money, and if you don't pay the ticket, you can't get your car, and if you can't get your car, there's going to be a snowball effect of how that's going to affect your life. Maybe some people would do the blowjob thing for 500 USD. You know, for sure. Depends on the circumstances. You can still disagree while also having no choice but to live with it. Yeah, exactly. You can still do a thing that under any normal circumstance you would not do that thing, right? Like under any normal circumstance, but in extreme, like I'm not bisexual, I'm not gay, but I probably have a price. Like I probably have a price if somebody was like, would you let this guy give you a blowjob for generational life-changing money? I'm most likely doing that. Like C4 says probably. I'm most likely doing that. Now the scenario can change if it's like say let's not wait, what is that? Is that cap? Is that Captain? Let's not cap. Yeah, most likely. Like yeah, 100%. And I'll take it a step further. I think most guys who say no, if the question is $1 million, right? If most guys say no, I think it's one of those cases where honestly, it's kind of like a spin-off of virtue signaling. I think a lot of guys would say no because they want to show how masculine / how on business that they are. Like, I'm so straight, I'm so ungay that even if you offer me £1 million, I ain't letting no guy get even within an eyelash length or distance away from my crown jewels. No chance, right? There's definitely some guys that will do that, but in reality, if the offer was actually there, like not hypothetically, if somebody had the suitcase, here is the suitcase, the $1 million is here in cash. Nobody has to know. I'll do it. Quick 5 minutes and it's yours. I think in most cases, if the scenario is actually presented, most guys are doing it. I think. For $1 million, give me the baby batter. The wife will understand. It's funny. Yeah, I think most people would do that for sure. And yeah, and the more money you add to it, like if you go 2 million, 3 million, it just increases in possibility. Oh, okay, sorry, then I missed it. Oh, no worries, no problem at all. Yeah, I would never make a crazy claim like, oh yeah, I take the bad money and now the bad action is good. Yeah, no, never in my life. Give a random minion in your hand 4/4 if it's the only one there. Absolutely not. I'm getting some horrible cards, man. What is this? What is this? What is this? Char. Deal 7 damage to a minion. Give a minion in your hand stats equal to the excess damage. These are some slow cards, man. Let's take armor block or shield block. Please give me some. I need some spaceships, starships. This is not good. No starships. Battlecry spell burst. Oh, this is a losing deck. I can feel it already. Summon 2 1/1 boom bots. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Is this like drafting mode? Yeah, I'm playing arena, so I'm drafting cards. Once I have 30 cards, then the draft is complete. And I'm getting really unlucky. This is not a good deck. This is not a good deck at all. Oh, here we go, Starport. Thank you. Taking that. Holy spells. Yes. Nature spell. Get some card generation. Choose one. Deal all damage to all minions or give a damage minion +2/+2. That's quite good. If you're holding a dragon, equip a 2/2 sword. Let's go here. After your hero attacks, give all Draenei in your hand +2 attack. Let's go with another Frothing Berserker. Punch card. Give your hero +3 attack and also damages. Actually, that's not bad. Taunt. At the end of your turn, summon an elemental with stats equal to this minion's. With stats equal to this minion's. I see. So at the very least, that's a 9. That's a 6/9. That's 2 6/9s for 9 mana. That's actually quite good. Draw 3 different minions. Draw 3 minions of different minion types. Beast. Pirate. Quillball. Dragon. Demon. Dragon. Draenei. Elemental. Okay, we're taking that immediately. That's a good card. Immune while attacking. At the end of each turn, swap this minion's attack and health. Okay. Oh my god, I got no starships, bro. Unbelievable. Hardly any. Come on, I just need a few more. Discover a spell. Spend 2 armor to discover another one. Starport again. Take it. Oh, here we go. Starship piece. Destroy a random enemy minion. Also triggers at launch. Thank you. Shishir. I'll take you. I'll take it. Discover a pirate. A pirate. Boom wrench. Discover trick. Oh, no, we don't want that. I do need more card draw. But this is very slow. Okay, we'll take it. I don't think this is a good deck, but we'll see how far we get. Maybe we can outplay our opponents. Maybe we can make some big brain plays. Big brain.
Garrosh versus Anduin. The light shall bring victory.
Victory or death!
Alright, we got our starport, we got our lift off. Oh, okay, we are up against a priest. The goody two shoes. The good boy. What you got, priest? Pooty. His name is Pooty. Put an A on the end of that, or you swap that I with an A. That's a very different word. Copy a card in your opponent's deck and add it to your hand. That's annoying. Starport. Summon. I summon you. In attack mode. Imbue your hero power. What does the priest get? Choose a priest minion or a priest spell to add to your hand. It costs 1 less, but it is temporary. Interesting. Very interesting. That's the only other... Oh, I just drew one. Huh? Oh. At the end of your turn, gain 3 armor. That needs to die. If you're holding a dragon, discover a dragon with a dark gift. Okay, let's do that. Hello, Deathwing, the Destroyer. Battlecry, destroy all other minions. Discard a card for each card destroyed. Costs 2 less but has 2. I'm going with Ysera. I mean, Extraza. Let's see what we get here. Let's go with another Starport. Let's go with the Starport. Starport. I think we play Yamato Cannon next. Give all enemy minions -2. That's annoying. Annoying. Deal 1 damage to all minions or give a damaged minion to 2. Deal 2 damage to all other minions. Let's get this out. I want to get more value out of this. It's a shame it's going to die before he gets the spell burst though. But he gets a death rattle at least. At the very least. What you got, Priesty? Okay, you're gonna kill him. Okay, cool. Fine. We have neutralized or stabilized. Deal. Oh, okay. What is this, bro? What? Delayed product. Discover and summon a minion that costs 8 or more. It goes dormant for 2 turns. This needs to die as soon as it comes up. Maybe I can save Yamato Cannon for that.
What now?
Oh, I didn't ask. Do you think Chris CCH is doing a bad virtue signal? I don't think so. I think he's genuinely concerned about the things that he said, and yeah, I wouldn't call it a virtue signal, but I think there are people who will just see it that way no matter what, but I don't think it's I definitely don't think it's an intentional virtue signal. I think it's a more so a genuine conversation that he's having with himself that he decided to put out for people to hear. Same, yeah, I'm on. That's my perspective on it at the moment. What is this? Where I belong. This is Final Fantasy 8, right? Shenmue. Arnie Village. Oops, sorry, I didn't end my turn. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, Pooty. Okay. I need to figure out how I'm gonna kill this. Wait, what happened? Shadow word, pain. Jeez. Okay. What does this do when I launch? Deal 3 damage to a random enemy. Okay, I think I see the clear. First, I play Ominous Nightmares. Do 1 damage to all of these. Then I play this. Then that dies. And then we play Yamato Cannon. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call a board clear. And you know what? For good measure, let's buff you. And get ourselves a 2-drop. Nice. Clean board clear. That was efficient, high level, optimized, very main character-like, if I don't say so myself. He must be sitting there like, yo, what the hell? How is this possible? Exodia? No one's ever been able to summon him. That's what he's saying right now. That was a clean removal. Draw a minion, transform it into a random legendary one, keeping its stats and original cost. Please don't be some ridiculous shit. Discover a pirate. A pirate. Discover a pirate. Let's get this out. Let's go face. Plus is the plus. You can die. And we go face. Plus is the plus. Face is the place. Face is the place. Hopefully he can't kill this, but he probably can. Especially because he's getting unlimited spell generation from his hero power. This hero power is tiring. I can imagine this being so annoying. 2 less, cost 2 less. I can already see all the complaints about this new set that's coming out. This is not, I don't think this is going to be that fun to play. Too much card generation out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. Uh-oh. Oh, this card. Ooh, he's gonna be triggered. He's gonna be triggered. Triggered. Resurrect 2 friendly minions. Cast 1 more spell to upgrade. 2 friendly minions. Ooh. That could be good, actually. Not bad. I was hoping for my starport, guys, but I'll take that. Is that a holy spell? Yeah, it is. Triggered. Okay, I need to hope that this Death Rattle doesn't trigger or doesn't hit this guy. Watch, of all of the minions to kill, I bet you is going to kill this one. Let's see. Hearthstone, ladies and gentlemen. That is the game we play. RNGs. RNGesus, take the wheel. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. If enemy minions can't block attacks directed at the player's life total, what stops me from just playing minions with high damage numbers for their cost and going face all the time? Some minions have taunt, so this minion here, Galactic Crusader, has taunt. So if a minion has taunt, when you target, when you attack things, like if he tries to hit my face, the game will say you cannot while there is a taunt minion. So you have to kill taunt minions first. Like literally like a RPG, right? Or a tank in an MMO. It's like you have to, the game forces you to attack them. Aside from, there's like 1 or 2 random cards that can bypass taunts, but for the most part you have to kill a taunt. So there's taunts, there's armor, like this value above my health is armor, but yeah, generally taunts stop you from going to the face. Wait, what even happened? Can I just win? 6, 9. I think I got lethal somewhere. 6, 9, 1, 2, 3. That's 12.
What now?
I think we play. Draw a spell or draw a minion. Hold this for 3 turns to do both. I think we play. Okay, we need to do this. We need to push damage. Actually, no, shit. No, we don't. Oh, I'm playing too slow. Come on, quick. Quick. Can I attack, please? Oh my god, the triggering. Oh, I shouldn't have chose that one. What a loser. I ran out of time. And now I'm going to overdraw. He's going to hero power first. He's going to look for a spell that just does some nonsense and kills all of this. I messed that up. But if my opponent has no... Wait, hold on. Let me see what he's going to do here. Coin, 11 cost. Colossus. Oh, he must have... Is that 9 mana? Was it? There's a... Sylvanas. Oh, you're just dead, bro. Nice try. Yeah, we win. That's quite annoying. But we still win. He's searching for an answer. He's searching desperately. We win, bro. We just play this next turn. You know I've got Yamato Cannon. You can't attack it. How did you... Oh, because it got rush. Okay. 6, 12. I think we win, right? Yeah, we win. You die, and then we play Ysera. Change you to 15 health. Fiery War X. And you just dead. Okay. Clean. Okay. But if my opponent has no taunt creatures, I see no way of beating that strategy besides a very strict control deck if it has those. Yeah, but there's also spells, right? So like there's, yeah, like a control deck would have a lot of spells to control the board. And remember, when you play a minion, generally you cannot attack with that minion on that same turn. So unless a minion has charge or rush, charge means you can attack anything, including the enemy hero, on your turn. Rush means you can attack on your turn, but you can only attack other minions. But if your minion doesn't have charge or rush, you cannot attack the face until your next turn. So there's like a yeah, so keep that in mind as well, right? So you can play a big boy minion with a whole bunch of attack, but then when you play it, then the opponent has 1 turn to respond to it before that minion is even able to attack. which happens quite often. And Priest, the class that I just fought against, I mean, every class has a bunch of spells, but Priest has a lot of good control spells, a lot of good board clears. Yeah, Priest has so much. Death Knight, I hate fighting Death Knights. Death Knights, I think, are incredibly broken. Not broken, I shouldn't say that. Why is my deck tracker being weird? I'm keeping this hand. I think I need to reset my deck tracker. Is it crash? Yeah, crash. Bro, come on, what's wrong with this? Deck tracker, please. Okay. Who's this? At the end of your turn, give your other minions 1 attack. That's annoying. We need to get rid of that immediately. I don't think we can though. He's gonna hero power and then trade. Makes sense. Yeah, there's a lot of I mean, you are correct though that there are a lot of aggro decks that specialize in just playing minions and being having a lot of quick minions. And then there's control decks, there's tempo decks, there's one OTK, one shot. Oh my god, what is happening? How did he even get? Like, and there's some times where certain plays, like he has 3 minions on the board and it's not even turn 3, and one of them is gonna buff one of them buffs all his other minions. So sometimes games get decided based on a really, really good start. And I think this may be one of those games. I could survive if I survive till turn 4. I just have to armor up. There's nothing I can do right now. So I have no answers to his board right now. And oh my god, yeah, this is not. This is. I do have some spells that could deal with this, but I need to hope I draw it. All you can eat. Draw 3 minions. This was just too slow. I mean, that's all I can do right now. Yeah, it's probably a lost game. It'd be like that sometimes. Mix. Oh, this card is really good. Yeah, I'm dead. He's gonna get a card that buffs their health or buffs their attack. Yep, buff their health, draw a card. Yeah, we lose. I have no board clear in the world to deal with this. Yeah, next turn we die. Discover a 2 cost? Nah. Yeah. That's a loss. Why is my deck tracker still there? That was yeah. That was a steamroll. He had the perfect opening hand and the perfect cards to follow up. If his arena run starts like that with most games or each game, that's a 12 win. That's an easy 12 win run. Easy 12 win. Anduin, Priest. Bunty Utia. I want to keep this. I don't know if I should, but I don't have much board clear. That's the closest thing I have to a board clear at the moment. Discover a spell. Okay. Coin, 2-drop. What you got, Priesty? What you got, buddy? Imbue your hero power. Okay. Lifesteal. That's a very aggressive card. Job's done. Job's done. Okay. Deal 3 damage. Wow, he wants this one to stay alive, doesn't he? Well, let's see if you got another one. Let's see if you got another Holy Smite. See how many Holy Smites you got. It's gonna hero power. Okay. We can clear, we can get rid of this. But next turn he's gonna play something quite good, most likely. Beep beep beep. Boop beep 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 beep. Hello. Spend 2 armor to discover another. Yes, please. Blade Storm. Deal 1 damage to all minions. Repeat until 1 dies. That could be very handy. Destroy a friendly minion to gain 8 armor. I'll take Blade Storm. And another. Shield block. Give your hero. I need this. Discover a friendly dragon that died this game. Resummon it. That's good because I have another dragon coming up that is definitely going to die. But then this is more... I should take this. This is better control. Let's kill you. I don't know. I think either decision, whether I took the Dragon Resurrection or the spell, I think either was fine. Chrono Boost. Draw 2 Protoss cards. Protoss. Okay, good time to play that. Doing a good job controlling so far, but we're up against a priest, so anything could happen. Anything could happen. Anything could happen. After you play a minion, give it a bonus effect.
Weapons pride.
I need to discover. Repeat until 1 dies. There's a 2 mana ability next to your character. What does it do? Oh, this is a hero power. If I click this, I spend 2 mana to gain 2 armor. Each character has a different oh wait, I shouldn't play this song because it will flag my YouTube. I learned that the other day. Each character has a different hero power that they start the game with. But you can change, there are some cards that can change your hero power ability or upgrade it. But yeah, my one is gain 2 armor. And warrior by default has a lot of cards that combo or synergize with armor. I might regret this, but I don't think that was a good play. Ooh, that was not a good play. I should have just... The problem there is that I'm trying to get value out of this death rattle and I shouldn't have bothered. That was a horrible turn. That was a very bad, that was not a main character play right there. That was a side character. That was an NPC. That was a one line of dialogue play. You know, in the RPGs, when you go into the house and you talk to the NPC, you press A on them and they're like, aha, yes, my mother once owned this house. And then you talk to them again and they don't even have another follow-up. It's just the same one. Aha, yes, my mother once owned this house. You go there 10 hours later in the game. Same thing. Aha, yes, my mother once owned this house. That's what that play was. Embarrassment. Wait, what did he do? He used Chrono Boost again. Okay. Do. End your turn, buddy. Did you crash? Immune while attacking. Alright, let's get this out. We need some card generation. I'm not in a good position though. Not in a good position. Well, I'm not in a bad position, but I'm just not feeling any... I'm not winning, basically. Are you winning, son? No, Dad, I'm not winning. I'm not winning. I'm not losing either, but we'll see. Death Rattle, summon a 4/4 whelp with elusive. Yeah, this is not good. He's not going to attack. Okay, Divine Shield Rush, that's good. I kind of need to play this. Light protect us. Gain 2 armor. Hopefully when this dies, what is it? Get 2 random holy spells. They cost 3 less. All I can do is hope that I get some crazy big ass spells. Deal 3 damage to 3 different enemies. You pick the targets. Okay. 3 different enemies. Yeah, that's the only target they could have picked. Photon Cannon. Deal 3 damage, kill an enemy. What did I get? Oh, that's good. The quality is a very, very good card. Give a minion immune this turn. Flips each turn. Silence a minion. Give it to immune this turn. Okay, I see the clear. Change the health of all minions to 1. It's not a full clear, but it's close. And in fact, we can play this, can't we? After your hero attacks, give this 1/1. Who goes there? Alt. Who go? Fuck, my health is mad low. I didn't even realize. Okay, we have to be very careful. I think we just need to armor up. Hopefully he gets over. I reckon he's gonna go face. He's gonna try and push for damage. Oh wait, and then he's gonna ignore this, which will be good for me, I believe. I think he's gonna get greedy and try and push. He probably should. Oh no. Yeah, he's gonna push for face now. No reason to trade. At the end of your turn, give another random minion. Silence a minion and give it 2/2. I could silence that and then get the life steal. 2/2 would mean it would have 5. It would become a 5/9, but it still dies. Right, that becomes a 5/9, right? A 1/5? How did that become a 1/5? What? How did that become a 1/5? Okay, let me not. Okay, we survived. Wait, what? How did this happen? Originally, this... What is this card originally? 6 Clay Matriarch. It's normally a 6 mana 3/7. Maybe there was some weird other effect on it that I don't know how that became a 1/5. I'm so confused. I'm gonna clip that. Maybe I can post it and maybe some. I'm actually so curious how that became a 1/5. Clip it and ship it. Oh god, who's this? The next Draenei you play summons a copy of itself. Okay, that needs to die. But I don't think I can kill it right now. I think we shield block into 2 of these. Let's see what we get from here first. Do I get the Exodar? Nope, no Exodar. Fiery Wind Axe. This needs to die. Gain 5 armor. Deal 2 damage to all enemy minions. This might get poisonous, and then this might be able to... I think I need to launch this to survive. Oh, I'll get lifesteal too. I think that was a good launch. He's lucky I didn't get poisonous on it, otherwise they all would have died. Bum 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 bum. What you got, Priesty? What you got there? What you got there? Clutch shuttle, yeah, that came in handy for sure. But now he has gone to the Shadow Realm. I think we can. Oh, that's not good. 10 damage to the face. Face is the place. Do I have an answer for that? Not right now. Oh, now I do. Okay, this dies. I'm so stupid. I should have played. Okay, fuck it. We play this. Armor up. What does magnetic do? Magnetic is a mech. It means that when you play a card, so it only works with mechs, like cards that are considered mechs that have the mech tag. So you see down here, under the Yamato cannon, you see in between the 3 and the 3, it says mech. So a card that says magnetic can attach itself to another mech, and when it attaches itself, the stats and its ability will be a part of that mech. So it's like combining. But the way you do it, you have to play the card on the left side. So for example, wait, how did my shit get killed? Okay, no problem. So for example, if I had if this card was a mech, it's an elemental, so it wouldn't work. But if this was a mech, if I have a card in my hand that has magnetic, I need to play it on the left side. When you play it on the left side, you'll see an animation where like you see this bolt of electricity combining, and when you drop it, it will combine. Only if you play from the left side. If you play it on the right side, then magnetic won't trigger and it will just play as a normal card. So even magnetic cards, you can still play them as regular cards, you just have to play it on the right side, or you play it when there's no mech in play. It can be quite strong. It's a little bonus that only mechs are, for the most part, only mechs are able to do. Magnetic. Yep. I don't know if there's a mechanic in Magic that is similar. There probably is. Maybe there's some mechanic that where Hearthstone took it from that, but just changed it into magnetic. There are actually multiple. Okay, yeah, I can imagine. Has charge if it didn't start in your deck. Oh my god. Okay. Not bad, not bad. We can still win this. We just need to be very... We need to pick up the pace. At the end of your turn, gain 3 armor. Yeah, we need to push more damage. Let's just push. He has to deal with it. Vehicles aren't creatures on the battlefield unless they are crewed. Tapping one of your creatures with a certain strength crews vehicles. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that sounds like a similar to magnetic. That's I feel like all of Magic's mechanics are going to be like much cooler versions of what happens in Hearthstone. What does she do? Give all enemy minions -2 attack until their next turn. Your next turn. Okay, we're fine. We're still in the game. Give it up. This is a win. You're not winning. Unless this card is ridiculous that you just got. Summon a copy of an exact minion. It attacks the original. That's annoying. Deal 1 damage to all enemy minions. Repeat for each dragon you're holding. Okay, so he's got 2 dragons. No, he's got at least 1. No, he's got 1 dragon. Because it repeated once. Let's see what 2 costs we get. And there's also... Oh wait, hold on. If you're holding a dragon, equip a 2/2 sword. Do I want a 2/2 sword? Or, no, I want 2 spells. Whirlwind. Discover a friendly dragon that died this game and resurrect it. Or resummon it. Shoot. I think I want Whirlwind. Summon a 0/4 entry for your opponent. When it dies, summon a minion from your deck. No, I want this. Okay. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
Gotta get through me. Leave me thirsty.
Okay, you have to kill that, right? You just have to. We have a big threat right here. You can probably kill it with a spell, though. Also, there's a mechanic where creatures can attach themselves to other creatures to give them buffs and activate abilities. Yeah, that sounds also... Yeah, that's, both of those are quite similar to Magnetic. Just with a lot more depth, I guess. Oh, I was gonna ask. You know how they have the final... They have like the Final Fantasy Magic collaboration, right? Will those collaboration events... will those cards be in Magic Arena? Like when they add, how long does it take for those cards to be included into Magic Arena, or are they not? Because I remember seeing that there's like a Final Fantasy VII collaboration, or is it just Final Fantasy in general? I can't remember. Bro, this guy's clinging on right now. Divine Shield, Lifesteal. Wait, how did two of these happen? Oh, the next Draenei you play. I see. This is not good. This is absolutely not good. I can't trigger this yet. I presume so. Most of the time they release at the same time as paper. Oh, nice. I thought there would be some kind of delay or something. Let's see what pirate we get.
Welcome to the crew.
This is horrible. Whoosh.
Good luck, buddy.
I really run out of time. Oh. I'm just gonna lose. I can't win this game. He's generating spells each turn. Each turn he's generating spells that cost 3 less. Wait. Choose a priest minion or priest spell. Yeah, he's generating minions and spells that cost 3 less. There's no way I win this. The longer it goes on, the more... there's just no way. Please get poisonous. No. Look. Yeah, there's no way I win this. Yeah, the Final Fantasy set will be a full standard release, meaning that it will also be playable in Magic Gathering Arena Day 1. When does it come out? Did you see the date? There's no way. Unless what I discover right now is some god-altering, life-changing card. At the end of your turn, attack a random enemy minion. Excess damage hits the hero. Excess damage hits the hero. Ooh, that could be a game changer. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Okay, let's do this. We might still be in this. We're gonna go. We gotta Hail Mary it. We just have to. We have to. I have to Hail Mary it. And then the next card I draw is gonna be this guy. And then hopefully some magic happens. Probably not though. June 13th. Oh, okay, not too well. Yes, a bit of a wait then. I don't think I'm winning this. Well, yeah, I said I communicated why I'm not going to win this. Unless the way we win... Oh, he's clearing. I'm surprised he's Interesting choice. That can't die. He's going to go face. Oh, he's still got 8 mana. Deal 6 damage to a minion. Cast 3 spells to gain life steal. Oh no. At the end of your turn, attack a random enemy minion. Excess damage heals the hero. So I'm hoping that this attacks that. So that I get more damage. So then I get 12 to the face. Please attack that. Please attack this. Thank you. This is gonna die. There's no. He's easily gonna be able to. I just have to hope he doesn't get anything. I hope he doesn't get anything that can remove it. I might win if he can't remove this. I don't think he can. He would have removed it by now. Oh, spoke too soon. Of all the spells, man. He got that from his hero power. He got that from nothing. Of all the spells. I can't, I mean, there's nothing that this is... All I can do, really. I was hoping you would die, but this is fine. Gain armor equal to your starship's health twice. Deal damage equal to the starship's attack randomly split between all enemies. Get copies of all pieces of the starship, set their cost to 1. That's the best one to go for. So I can play that again. I bought Monster Hunter earlier. It's about to finish downloading. Hella excited. Been a while since I bought a new game. Oh, nice, man. I'm excited for your excitement. What weapon do you think you're going to end up going with? Based on the weapons that you've seen so far? There's 14 weapons, so you got a whole lot of options. Okay, we're just super dead, aren't we? We're triple Omega dead. What do I even have? I don't have anything to, yeah, let's just give it up. Give it up. Yeah, I'm not winning. He's got nigh infinite card generation with that hero power. There's no chance. Not a chance. Not sure yet. Probably not a long range one. Yeah, there's only three weapons that are long range, so the rest of them they will be up your alley. Also, I like decent mobility, so probably nothing like the great sword. Okay, dual blades. Dual blades, give that a try. You're very fast. Dual blades, insect glaive. Sword and shield is very mobile, especially in wilds. A long sword. Dual blades is the most mobile melee weapon for sure. But not, yeah, for sure. Dual blades, and then I'd say sword and shield. And then insect glaive. No, dual blades, insect glaive, and then sword and shield, I'd say, are the most mobile. I don't like the starting hand. Actually, I don't mind that, but I don't want that. The insect one sounds really interesting to me. Probably gonna try that one first. Yeah, you can carry 2 weapons in Monster Hunter Wild, so you always be able to switch on the fly. Well, yeah, kind of on the fly. Although the extra complexity of the insect management might be a bit too much for my first time playing. How complex is it from your experience? Wild is not as complex. In the previous game it was a bit more of a thing, but I think honestly I haven't played insect glaive in Wild, so I can't really comment too much. All I know is that from the previous game to this game, all weapons have been simplified to a certain degree. So however difficult it was in the past, it won't be as troublesome as it was before, for sure. But you know, going into the game, you got the feeling now, right? Of okay, I think insect glaive is where it's gonna be at for me. But then after trying 5 or 6 weapons or whatever, you'll probably have a different perspective. What is this? Enemy cards that didn't start in their deck cost 2 more. I want to get this out now. I think the last game I should have played that card earlier just to set up for the trap or for the future board clear. Ooh, face is the place, eh? Doomsayer, eh? Interesting choice. Can I remove that? I don't think I can. I could if I get lucky with the Yamato cannon. Let's discover first. He really doesn't want me to have the board. Oh, unfortunate for you. After your hero attacks, give all Draenei in your hand +2. I don't have any Draenei, but I'll take it for the damage. Huh? Oh. Because of this card. That's quite annoying, but... we don't want that to go off. If that card survived until the end of my turn, everything dies. And I want to keep my board. I need to keep my board. Doomsayer. This card has been around since the very beginning of Hearthstone. At the start of your turn, destroy all minions. Very troublesome. That needs to die immediately. So does this. It's done downloading. I'm gonna go in with no background audio for the no background audio for the full experience. Is that how some people do the full experience? In case the stream ends before I'm done. Have a good one. See you in the next one. I'm gonna tell you how. Yeah. Have fun, man. Don't turn off the. You mean you're gonna turn off the background audio in the game? Or you mean on the stream? I'm guessing you mean the stream, right? Yeah. Yeah, enjoy. Don't stick around and watch this boring ass. Like have nothing playing in the back. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, man, enjoy. Next time, I should be back on tomorrow. So yeah, if you're around, you can. Oh God, you can let me know how it went. Enjoy. Ooh, you got rid of. This ain't boring. I really enjoy the shows. Thanks, man. I appreciate that you guys hanging around. Very nice to have some people enjoying. Yeah, Metal Gear was going in. Metal Gear. Otacon.
Strap in. I'm good.
Let's get this Otacon out.
Operation.
Let's get this out too. Is either that or armor up. Take care, mate. Yeah, you too. Take care, mate. Take care, mate. Mate. Take care, mate. Oh wow, it's 12:18. I should probably end soon as well, to be honest. 12:18 is a time. Bong gang 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 bong bang bing. Bing bing. Mother Duck. Summon 3 1/1 ducklings with Rush. That has to be a new card, right? Yeah, I think it is. Mother Duck. Alright, let's discover 2 spells. Gain 6 armor. Cost 0 if you don't have any armor. Discover a friendly dragon. Oh, wait, I don't have a friendly dragon that way, do I? I think the game will tell me. Wreck'em and Deck'em. Choose a friendly mech, summon a copy of it that attacks a random enemy and then dies. Did this die though? I thought it just got... I thought my dragon got hexed. Oh yeah, no, yeah, it didn't die because it won't let me play it. Give me a good one, please. All enemy minions. Okay. God. That's not what I was hoping for. I should have done that when I launched. That was a horrible. That was actually one of the worst plays I've ever made in my entire life playing this game. That was horrible. Horrible. Warp gate. Your next protest costs 3 less. Fine. Okay. Okie dokie.
Battle station. Ready for that shot.
The blade be thirsty.
Okay, let's push for some damage.
Welcome to the crew.
Welcome to the crew. Has charge if this didn't start in your deck. Okay. Easy choice. Easy choice. Top deck. View your hero power. He's searching. He's searching for an answer. He's switching. Draw your lowest and highest cost dragon. Ha, you don't have any dragons. You don't even know what's in your deck. What's that, brother? Ooh. What's that? What's that, brother? I'll take that just in case he's got some dumb, crazy, something crazy. Do we just win? No, we don't, right? No, we don't. We don't just win. But we will next turn. We got priest. Warp gate again. Scary. Oh, he's hoping for a Protoss Discoverer. He wants to discover a big, juicy Protoss minion. He ain't gonna get it though. You do not have the heart of the cards today, Mr. Superfly. Nope. Lifesteal. Cool. Lifesteal. Okay. But you can't use a hero power, so... Ooh, that's a big boy. But we still win. What does this do when it dies? Get 2 random Protoss minions. We can just launch and then you just lose. Okay, things explode. Okay, thank you. Yay, clean win. I don't know why I don't know what he was doing. He played a whole card, draw 2 dragons from your deck, and nothing came from his deck. I don't know how he didn't know he didn't have 2 dragons. Alright, that's gonna be it for me. Thanks for tuning in. I'm gonna go get some food and watch some more episodes of Invincible. I can catch up to season 3, season 3. Peace out. Have fun, sleep well, eat well, drink well, and enjoy the rest of the day. I'll be back tomorrow for some Bleach Rebirth of Souls. I should check how much it is on Steam. Wait, how much is it on Steam? How much does it cost? Bleach. Oh, thanks, Winter. Have a good day. It's actually 12:25 a.m. So it is definitely technically a morning, but very much late night. This game plans to unlock in approximately 5 hours. I will definitely be awake sometime after 5 hours. All right, take care, people. Till next time. Peace out.